Okay, welcome to the second part of our Revenant D&D campaign. To give you a quick introduction of what this is all about, especially if you haven't caught the first episode, basically this is a bit of an unusual type of D&D campaign where the players are playing revenants, which are, well, kind of like zombies, only slightly more powerful, that have risen from their graves because they have been wrongfully murdered, and they are now looking for their murderers and trying to slay them. They have, in the first session we played, the our three heroes, if you want to call them heroes, have been members of a military force, of a mercenary unit, and their leader of their mercenary unit has been offered the title of a Count of Old Hill by the king. He has accepted, and he has disbanded the unit, and basically our three heroes have gone into retirement with their families until a few months later the new count and some of their former allies, amongst them Korrga Bloodfist, a very large half-orc, and Fendriel the Red, a half-elven sorcerer, showed up at their house and burned their families alive and killed them. And they found themselves in the netherworld, where they struck a deal with a mysterious being called Verradun, who offered them the chance to come back to, well, to life in the widest sense of the word, and yes, find the three responsible and kill them, and basically send all the souls of all the people that they killed along the way down to him. And yeah, so they rose up from their graves. They were heard, because their rising from the graves was rather loud, by a elderly priest that was the caretaker of the graveyard that they rose from, and they killed him. And then they intimidated a bunch of townsfolk, and yeah, left the graveyard behind, and they can sense the first of their prey, Korrga Bloodfist, the half-orc, who has killed them with his very hands. They can sense the direction he is in. It's called that is one of their special revenant abilities. They can always sense their next target, the sort of direction their next target is at. And now they are marching. It is about an hour or maybe 2 hours after they have risen, and they have left the village and the cemetery behind, and are marching really.
So as we're marching, I guess Torak is just kind of grumbling to himself. Alexei, Levi.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I dropped out. So they are marching east from their position, and that is where we start. So it is a cool autumn night, and three figures with red glowing eyes are marching through the darkness. All right, what would you guys like to do? Just keep moving?
I guess it would be worth getting our bearings, so maybe figure out where we are in relation to our former homes, or maybe known locations in the region.
Well, if you look around, you can't really see much. Your dark vision only goes for about 120 feet. So there is a little bit of moonlight, but not too much. You can see a small forest in the distance. There's a few fields around you, and there is a hill range behind you. So to your west, there is a hill range, not very far away, but you're not quite sure where you are. Nothing strikes you as terribly familiar.
Would the hill give us some vantage point then?
You could walk back to the hills. That would take you probably about an hour or so.
But that's away from our target?
That is back, yes. That would be away from your target.
Well, fuck that then.
Well, guys, let's just.
We keep
We know
going.
where he is. Let's just go get him.
If we
Okay.
make our approach through the woods, I don't think the animals will bother us. Not after the way the horses reacted to us.
No.
That seems fair.
So,
All right.
we just keep going. Start
Okay.
walking straight
I
towards.
will reassume my the physique and outward appearance of my grandmother, while our GM tries to relog again. While we walk towards the forest and towards our target. So while the GM's away, we might as well discuss tactics.
Yeah, I'm thinking when
Yeah,
we get
totally.
there, I want to attack him, like just get right on him. I know it's not. It's effective for me to grapple him and stuff with, so that you guys aren't getting attacked. But
Okay, hopefully that this will not keep happening. I dropped out again. All right, my
That's
computer-
fine. We'll carry on the story without you. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Oh well, I don't know what's going on. Okay, so you want to continue just following the pull of Korrga Bloodfist that you can sense somewhere in the distance. You don't know how far away he is. You just have a vague sense of direction, basically.
I'll keep my eye out to see if we maybe find some way of transportation, or if we encounter a river or something, we may be able to take barges,
Okay.
something like that.
Okay. As far as you can see, there is one or two small streams, but there is nothing large enough for you to, or nothing large enough that an actual boat could, like, go down this stream. And that there is a lot of fields around you, so there's definitely a village close by, which you know because you have seen the village. That was only a couple hundred yards from the cemetery where you awoke. But you're not quite sure which village that was. It didn't seem familiar. But then again, you haven't seen much of the village. It was dark. People were asleep.
Did they have like a sign, welcome to, and a population number?
You haven't seen it, no.
I say we just keep going.
Yeah,
all right.
Let's just keep walking.
Yeah. Tireless, you march through the night, hour upon hour. Not much is changing. You leave the fields behind and you're now just on a flat plains. No roads to be seen close by. And also very little signs of actual civilization. There is a few small huts and one or two hovels, one or two farms. As soon as you get close to it, the dogs start barking like crazy. And light flickers on here and there, but no one obviously treads out into the night to see what's going on. The animals on these farms definitely react to your presence as soon as you approach more than, say, I don't know, 100 and 200 yards. They do not seem to like your presence. You continue on for hours and hours, and then you can see in the distance, actually ahead of you, because you're marching east, the sky starts to slowly light up as the sun is slowly rising. And as soon as you see that, you realize that ahead of you, the shadows started to move. And you can see two rivers of shadow streaming together and then growing, and two large black shadowy wings forming and stretching out to both sides. And you can see the silhouette you have seen in the netherworld, the silhouette of Verradun, the creature you made your contract with. As it stares over to you, you can see two pale blue eyes, a shadowy body, and two large wings. And the creature looks at you and says, "Your first night has passed. You have 30 more nights to go. When the sun rises on the 31st morning, our contract is finished, and you will return to the netherworld. Make the best of the time I have given you. And then the shadow is pierced by the light of the rising sun from its back and dissipates.
At that point, Christer will start running, as he notices that as a revenant he's immune to exhaustion.
Indeed.
He will just keep moving at a fast pace.
All right.
And Ishmael would match his pace to the dwarves as he starts jogging as well.
Okay.
Oh, I'm faster than our warlock friend here, so.
That's true. You have you are a barbarian after all, so you add 10 to your movement speed.
Dang, I guess I'm trying to keep up then.
So I'll wait up for the warlock.
Okay.
And at that point, you'll hear Christer going like, "I thought you dwarves were made to run short distances. This is preposterous."
Keep up, elf.
And at that point, I'd like to make a acrobatics check to land on his head and ride him like a little pony, as apparently he's faster than me.
He might be slightly too small for that.
And slightly too spiky.
Yes, and that as well. That's a good point.
But that's fine, because I'll heal the damage, but that way I won't fall off.
No, actually, you won't heal the damage. You only heal if you got below half your health.
Ah, that's fine. I'll take the damage.
Okay. You want to carry him then?
Hell no.
Okay, so Torak
Throwing him off.
is not having any of that. He just shrugs you off as you try to climb onto his shoulders. Okay.
He basically sees me coming out of the corner of his eye, and he just takes a step back when I jump. And I'll eat a little bit of dirt.
Not that this has bothered you much. You have been eating a lot of dirt over the last couple of months. That's the feeling you get anyway. Okay, so the sun is up. It is getting morning.
Does the sun bother us at all?
It feels... it doesn't feel nice, let's put it that way. It doesn't hurt you as such, but you feel slightly off.
Okay.
There is a slight tingling to your skin.
Continue running then, but kind of just keep his hand in front of his face to shield his eyes.
Okay.
He just doesn't like the sun, kind of like.
What you also realize now, very soon, now that the sun is up, is that the leaves on many trees have fallen, and the few leaves remaining on the other trees have vibrant colors, browns and reds and oranges and yellows. It is autumn. It seems to be late autumn, in fact, which is something that shocks you for a moment, because last thing you remember, it was early spring. The time when your marriage was planned was the middle of the first spring month.
And Ishmael is he's pulling the bits of his robe and cloak and garment up over his face to shield himself from the sun as he continues running or jogging. And he mentions to his as he notices about the leaves, perhaps we've been dead for quite some time.
Yeah, it seems that we have been left to ferment in our rage for a while. Maybe this was all part of his plan.
It is difficult to say how much time has passed, but it has been at least 6, maybe 8 months, maybe even more than a year. You don't know. But time has certainly passed. And now you also realize that you are quite visible, because the sun is up and it seems to be a fairly bright day coming up.
All the other two see is a elderly woman moving at a pace that is very unnatural for a woman of this age. So
Yes,
I don't think I'll stand out except for maybe my extreme speed. But if I
yes.
look at my two compatriots, what do I see?
Well, one of them is dressed in an armor that looks like it is covered in dirt and mud, and there's massive spikes that kind of look like pieces of bone protruding from it. And his skin color is very unnatural. It's this grayish white with red glowing eyes. The other one, taller, slimmer, most of his body is covered in a black robe with a hood, but as he's moving, he trails behind small whiffs of smoke that are pieces of the robe just being torn away and then returning basically to the robe. So none of them seem particularly inconspicuous.
At least they will see us coming.
Certainly, yes.
Ishmael's eyes, they'll dart around looking for, is there a tree line we could enter to run along, or?
There are small pieces of forest here and there, but those are only like 10, 15, 20 trees, what here and there. No forest as such to be seen.
I think we should just still make haste. We'll figure something out if we encounter anyone while we travel.
Okay. You continue moving, and after about an hour or so, you spot the first civilians, humans. You can see far to your right, maybe about half a mile or so, there seems to be a road or something like that. You can't see the road itself, but you can see a couple figures with a cart moving along basically parallel or not quite parallel with you, but in the other direction.
I would say let's aim to intercept them.
Will that not just slow us down?
I say we avoid them.
We
Yes.
could possibly take the cart and find some disguises for you two.
At the market or something? I'm here to kill a man. 3 men.
Yeah, but it's gonna be quite difficult if we have like half the city watch after us at the same time.
I'll kill all of them if they try to stop me.
Fair enough.
Okay, so you just keep going. Okay. You walk for another few hours. You can see figures on the road to your right, passing and going partially in your direction, partially in the other direction. They are too far away to make out any details of you, so some of them look into your direction, but none of them approach or make any attempts to discern who or what you are. But after a few hours, the area around you is less empty, and you can see a first few fields and the first few farms, and you figure you must be approaching some sort of village. The sun is high up in the sky now. There is a few clouds, but otherwise it is blue sky, the sun not necessarily burning down because it's late autumn, so that even the days are fairly cool. But still, the visibility is very good, and you figure that if you just push on, people on these farms that you are passing will definitely be able to get a closer look at you. And you can see a few people even working on the fields. Not too many though, because harvesting season seems to all be already over. But there is a few people around, a few shepherds, a few field workers, a solitary rider in distance.
I think what we could do is possibly hide you two, and I could go into the village up ahead and kind of figure out where we are, and maybe figure out if there's any way to get where we need to go faster.
As far as you can see, the village is still very far off. You can't see it yet, so it probably is still another hour or maybe even 2 hours until you get to the village itself. This is just like the area that's starting to become a little settled, so to speak, around the village.
Okay. Torak would say, I can see the value in hiding our appearance, but I don't think anything's going to speed up our chase. We can't ride horses.
That's true, I guess. Yeah. Well, in that case, we might as well keep going. But let's just try to not draw any unnecessary attention to ourselves if you can prevent it.
And I will keep an eye out on our backside as somebody is liable to be called to check into us with all these people about. I'll keep an eye out for any unwanted parties.
So are you trying to sort of stealth your way past these farms, more or less, or you just keep going straight ahead?
I guess what we try to do is use the terrain to our advantage. If we can walk in the lower parts of the environment to basically obscure our contours from the surroundings.
Yeah, that's what I sort of meant by stealthing. I mean, you're not crawling on the ground, obviously, but like
keeping enough of a distance that we're just some people off in the distance, not undead monsters.
Okay, so give me stealth checks, everyone, then. Okay.
That's 18.
18.
I have a plus 10.
Yeah. And CJ,
I got a 7.
Okay, Torak is just like walking, but Ishmael and Chris there, amongst the two of you, you manage to guide him in a way that it's not too obvious. So amongst the three of you, because two of you succeeded the check, you manage to be fairly stealthy, as much as you can be, I mean, in broad daylight, without an extreme amount of cover. The only one who sees you closely is a young boy out with a couple sheep, a shepherd, and he just stares at you from like 50, 60 yards away as you pass, like completely frozen, and just follows you with his gaze as you pass, without saying anything or approaching or running away or anything. He's just frozen.
And as we pass him, or once we are past him, Ishmael will say to his comrades, nobody believes shepherd stories. We should be fine.
That is true. They are known as notorious liars.
He can cry wolf all he wants.
Okay, so you continue on, and the area grows more and more settled, and then after another 2 hours or so, you're trying to remain, well, stealthy as best you can. You see ahead of you in the distance a large village surrounded by many, many fields and farms. And with the shock, you recognize this village. This is the village of Moonfield. And I will move you over to the map, so you can see the map on Roll20 as well. For those of you watching this on YouTube, I have put a link into the comment section, below the video, so you can see the map of the area which is playing the Barony of Old Hill, where this short campaign is set. And we are now, our heroes, the damned, are approaching Moonfield from the west. And this is, as you all three realize, this is the village of Moonfield, the village where you have lived. You haven't lived in the village itself, but your little mansion that you had bought together, where you wanted to live, that you had renovated, lies just north of Moonfield, maybe about an hour's walk or so. You still remember a few people in the village, like you talked to the mayor of Moonfield, Mayor Olden, more than once. He helped you along in acquiring this mansion and renovating it, and got you in touch with workers and gardeners and all that sort of stuff. You haven't been living there for long, only a few months, but long enough to get to know the village a little bit, and you recognize it immediately. It seems, as far as you can tell, pretty unchanged, other than that it is now in autumn colors, not spring colors anymore.
Maybe Krister, this is an opportune moment for you to delve in and see if you can glean anything from our former residents.
Have we noticed any obvious shifts in the location of our quarry?
No.
So we've been continuously walking towards him still. Okay.
Yes, you've been walking mostly east. The village itself is slightly north of you, so if you continue on straight ahead, you would pass a bit south of the village, maybe half an hour to an hour south of the village. So you figure that village where you have woken up must have been the village of White Iron. You've never been there in your life, but you know the map in your head because this is where you've been living for the last few years at least, this barony itself. So you know the lay of the land, and you know that there was a village on the foot of the hills, the White Iron Hills, and the village itself was also called White Iron. So that cemetery where you awoke must have been there.
It's quite strange that we were buried so far away from our original village.
It is indeed. You are quite surprised.
That seems like it would be a lot of trouble to get us all the way there just to bury us.
Yes. Almost.
I'll disguise myself as a storyteller. So basically, I look like a traveler, and I'll have some a traveled look, so bronzed skin, slightly worn out physically.
Okay.
And I'll see what I can find out in the village.
Okay. The shadows shift around you, and you change appearance.
I'll look around, and if there's any like grove or trees or something large enough for the other two to hide in for the rest of the day while I investigate, I think that would be a good plan.
Yeah, you can do that. There is several small groups of trees, not massive, but big enough for 2 or 3 people easily to hide there without being discovered anytime soon.
Okay. We'll pick one of them, and I'll leave you two behind and go into the village to see what I can find out and see if I can find out something about Korrga Bloodfist, if he's still there, or if people know where he is, or what the general state of the village is, and what people know about the entire event.
Yeah. If we secure the village, we should be able to pinpoint where he is.
Exactly.
But you're not quite sure how your ability works yet, but you instinctively sense that it doesn't lead you with pinpoint accuracy to someone, it just leads you into their vicinity, sort of. As soon as they're close by, you know that they're close by, but you don't know exactly how close.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll just walk into town, I guess. See what happens.
All right.
Like a shadow, Ishmael will wisp over to the woods and await Krister's return.
Okay. So you hunker down.
Like a rolling rock. Torak will not wisp at all. He will just clunk, 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 clunk.
You see the trees go.
Yeah. Okay. So, Krister, you approach the village. It's about 15-20 minutes walk away from where you are at the moment, and you can see the village seems peaceful. There is a few people on the street, not a massive amount of people. There's a few people on the roofs of their houses, like doing repairs before the winter hits. There seems to be 2 or 3 small merchants in town. On the main market, there's like a couple carts there where merchants are standing on the carts and selling different kinds of small items to the villagers. But even the merchants themselves aren't necessarily drawing a huge crowd. So the village seems to be preparing for winter, basically. You do remember that there was a quite nice tavern, in fact, the Rooster, in Moonfield, that you have visited quite a few times. Yeah. And you can see the Rooster. It is now about maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon or so, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So you figure there shouldn't be too much going on there quite yet. But you can see it's a large wooden building with a red rooster painted on the roof itself, very large. Like the painting of the rooster is like 2 yards or something like that big, like 6, 7 feet tall. So you can see it from the distance, basically.
How far is our old manor from here?
It is about an hour's walk to the north. It was on a small hill. You can look up, and you can't quite see it from there, from where you are at the moment.
Okay. I'll just walk around town, see if I recognize any people of possible importance, and also just to get a bearings to the general state of affairs in the village ever since we left. So basically, if has there been a change in power, like different mayor or stuff like that?
Okay.
Maybe new ordinances hammered up somewhere banning certain activities. Who knows?
As you look around, you don't see many changes. There's maybe 1 or 2 like new houses that's been constructed or are still under construction, but you don't see any obvious larger signs of change. You do see a few people that you're vaguely familiar with, like people you don't really know the names of, but that you've seen the village. The only one you do recognize is a man called Rudolph, an older sort of man in his sort of early 50s, one of the richer farmers in the area that you have drank wine with in the Rooster a few times. You don't know him very well, but as I said, you talked to him a few times. He seemed a nice enough man, and he's just sitting in front of his house on like a chair and smoking a pipe.
I'll walk up to him and basically greet him. So, good day, sir. May I inquire to where I am, which village am I currently residing in?
Good day. Well, this, my friend, is the village of Moonfields. Welcome. You're a traveler, I can see from your clothing.
Yes, I've recently arrived here from White Iron.
I see. Well,
it's been quite a trek. Can you recommend any establishment within the village?
There's really only the Rooster here, but it has very comfortable beds and good kitchen. It's fairly clean, and that has decent wine, decent meat, so you should be, and a warm heart, so it's all a man can expect, I think.
No, fair enough.
It's not too expensive either. We are not one of those fancy large cities where everything costs dozens and dozens of gold, if you catch my meaning.
Yes. Excellent. Is there anything worth seeing around here? Any locations of note that could be described as eventful or something you should see while you're in Moonfield?
Not really, I'm afraid. This is a mostly fairly quiet town. We haven't had any trouble recently. Everything's peaceful. I'm afraid this is not the best place if you're looking for sightseeings. You'd probably have to go down to Saltborough or up to Old Hill for any larger sight. There is also that Sun Temple up to the north, but that's quite a few days' march. I haven't been there myself, but I've heard it's quite the sight.
No, I'll take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
Right. How are things in White Iron? Everything peaceful?
Well, the last I left the city or the town, basically, it was normal. It's a beautiful town. I really liked the hills. It's very scenic. It's a beautiful place.
Oh yeah, good to hear. There's been some trouble there a few months ago with quite a nasty bunch of bandits, but luckily the Count himself rode down with his men and he brought them to justice.
Wow. Sounds like a very inspirational being or a person.
The Count of Old Hill, he's a pretty new Count. He's been a mercenary leader once. I mean, I haven't met him personally, so I wouldn't know. But he certainly cracked down on bandits and such in the barony.
Sounds like an inspirational story. Just to climb up from humble mercenary work to Count.
They say the king himself was so impressed with him that he offered him the title. Doesn't
Wow.
happen too often. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of uppity folks that wouldn't like that. But I mean, as long as he keeps the barony peaceful and the land safe, he's a
Ah,
good guy in my books.
fair enough. Sounds reasonable indeed. Um, is there anyone in the town that knows him or that can tell me more about this guy? It seems like a very interesting story to learn more about before I travel all the way to Old Hill.
No, sadly, I'm afraid there was a few people here that once served under him. They got murdered in a bandit attack last spring.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, it was pretty gruesome. The bandits, they killed them and they killed their families. There was those same bandits that were killed in the hills a few months ago. I think they were called something like the Black Band or something like that. Bastards, if you ask me. Luckily, they didn't come into the village. Otherwise, well, I mean, could have been turned very nasty for all of us.
It sounds like he's taking care of business quite well then.
Well, you mean the Count?
Yes.
As far as I can tell, I mean, I'm not a citizen of Old Hill, obviously, and we're mostly left alone. He did, however, pay for a statue in the honor of the fallen up in White Iron at the cemetery where they were buried. And also up here, I think he's even still paying a few people to go there every day and light candles in memory of his fallen comrades that were murdered by the bandits.
Where would I find this statue?
Oh, the statue is back in White Iron at the cemetery, but the ruins of the mansion that the heroes, well, they were mercenaries themselves. They seemed a nice bunch. I mean, I didn't know them very well. They had just moved here, but yeah, the bandits attacked them. There was a fight. A couple of the bandits were dead. They were killed, but the bandits killed everyone up there. And they must have fled, I guess. The men up there must have injured them badly enough or hurt them badly enough to make them flee. So, in my opinion, I mean, they might have saved Moonfield. Who knows? The bandits certainly didn't come to attack us after that. So yeah, those men, they were heroes, real heroes. It's a pity they died, and a pity for their families as well. Sometimes
Yes.
the world is a bad place.
Indeed, sometimes even the best people encounter grave danger and evil. I guess that's just part of being in the world as we are. It happens.
Wow, that's true enough. I mean, but I guess you as a traveling man, you would have seen a lot and heard a lot of these stories. The kingdom isn't the safest place to be nowadays.
Indeed, it is. I'll make arrangements to stay at the Rooster. It sounds like that would be a good place to spend the night. Thank you for all the information, kind
Of
sir.
course. Enjoy your stay.
Thank you very much. And at that point, I will walk off and walk around town a little bit until it's about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and then head into the inn and arrange preparations to stay the night and then.
Well, you don't have any money, so that's a bit tricky.
I'll figure something out. I think I'll.
As soon as you enter the inn, you can hear a little bit of music, you can hear voices, and you can smell very strong smell of delicious food. Weirdly enough, the smell itself, nice enough as it is, it doesn't make you feel any hunger or desire to have that food. And you have this weird emptiness within you for a moment as you enter this room full of life and drinking and talking people. It is the sensation of the fact that you don't belong with these people anymore hits you quite strongly. You even stumble for a second there, but right yourself before anyone notices anything weird.
I'll just walk into the inn, look around a little bit. I'll walk over to the innkeep and
Yep.
ask if he still has rooms available
Yeah,
for tonight.
the innkeeper is a woman that you remember, an older woman by the name of Alonza. You've talked to her a few times. She's running the inn mostly by herself with a few like local lads and young girls, like teenagers basically, to help her out.
Hmm.
Yeah, she looks up to you as you approach and says, "Welcome, good sir. You looking for a room or just something to eat or drink?"
I am looking for both, actually. Um, I don't know if you have any vacancies this evening.
Oh, there is 2 rooms that are not taken yet. Both with bedrooms with 2 beds each. You can have one of them if you wish.
That
If
sounds
if you wish for a few drinks, a good dinner and a good night's rest and a breakfast as well, that is just 1 gold coin for all of that together.
Before I walk up, I will use prestidigitation to conjure a quite significantly large gold item. For example, let's say a gold watch. I will hold that in the palm of my hand.
Prestidigitation. Oh, you can't create things with it. You can only move.
It's illusionary, but it's still there. It's the.
Oh,
Let me
you mean
check.
minor illusion?
Yeah, no, press here. You can create a non-magical trinket or illusionary image that fits
Okay.
in your hand. So it's just small items. So I'll
Okay.
create the image of a golden watch, and I will show it to the barkeep when she is talking about payment, and I'll show it. This will be yours when I leave tomorrow morning. I think it will be sufficient to pay for all the eat and drink I shall partake in today.
Give me a persuasion check. She looks
Sure.
at you for a moment, slightly put off, and then takes a look at the item, the little amulet or whatever you conjured.
Persuasion. So it's the first one. So an 11, I think.
Okay, so she looks at you and says, let me see that. And she reaches out. What do you do?
I'll pull back my hand, and you don't get it until after I've had my eat and drink.
Well, no offense, good man, but I would have to see if this is real gold or just some cheap trinket that you are trying to. This wouldn't be the first time that people are, well, trying to cheat me. No offense again, but as honest innkeeper needs to check these things.
While I keep my conversation, below the counter you see me twirling my hand, and I will use the friend cantrip
Okay.
on her.
Oh yeah.
So in order to get advantage on
You can roll another persuasion check after using friends. Although you do know that friends will wear off within a minute, and she wouldn't.
but if there's an agreement, there's an agreement.
Okay.
I mean, it's worth a try. So the 21 then.
Okay. Yeah, she nods after a few seconds and says, "Oh, all right. But you better not be gone in the morning without paying, my friend.
No, of course not.
I'll keep my eye on you."
That's fine. And I'll just go for a walk, and I'll see you at dinner. And I'll walk out of the inn.
Okay.
So I'm out of the inn before the spell wears off.
Okay. Excellent.
She will feel quite a little bit weird after I leave.
Yeah.
She feels like she has been taken advantage of, but can't really explain it.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, you haven't really consumed anything so far. You haven't committed a crime.
There's no loss for her so far. So.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's why I left.
Okay.
I'll walk out of town and find the other 2 guys.
Okay. So you have waited for about 2.5, 3 hours, and it is just getting dark as as you can see Christer coming your way, or actually you assume it is Krister. You see a person coming your way. But you know that he can disguise himself as whatever, and you have seen his disguise before he left, so you figure that it might be the same person.
And he's probably confidently walking towards two people with glowing red eyes. So.
Well, you're hidden in the forest, so it's not like they can see you at the moment.
But I would.
You will notice that he's carrying a quite significant book on him.
Oh, that's true enough, I guess, yeah.
So I guess if you've seen that before, you'll recognize him by that item, perhaps.
Yeah, that's true. You have your Book of Shadows with you, that's true.
Yeah. So I'll walk into the woods and explain what I've seen, what I've heard in the town. Basically, also describe the fact that apparently we are, in their eyes, heroes for defeating or at least deterring the advance of a bandit group, which of course we know it wasn't even there in the first place. I'll explain that I've arranged for lodging for myself in the Rooster this evening, mainly because I think it's a good place to figure out more about our target and maybe find out where he's residing at the moment.
It doesn't seem to be in the village, though.
No, maybe people in the village know where he went.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Ishmael would just say, like, it doesn't sound like you have any leads at all, actually, in there. I believe me and Torak would like to continue on. We can feel the pull of the Revenant hatred within us.
Fair enough.
We want to crush Korrga.
You can if you want to.
He needs to die.
You're noticing that Krister is also basically enjoying the fact that he can walk around without freaking people out. So he's just basically enjoying the fact that he's kind of alive for a little bit longer. In basically his hometown.
Is the pull of the Revenant, is that kind of leading us into town?
Not really, no. It is leading you past. So if you follow the line, so to speak, that's pulling you, you would pass the town to the south by a fair bit, by like at least a mile or maybe even 2 miles.
Do we know in which general direction that would be? Like, are there any towns in that direction that we know of? Since we now basically know where we are, roughly.
So the only town you have that you know is in that general direction is the town of Grimwick, but that's a good 2 days or so travel away from here.
It would seem like a fitting place for a half-orc to be near the hills, the Copper Hills.
And a town named Grimwick, no less.
Exactly. I guess it's worth figuring it out. At least I know that the Count is usually residing within the city of Old Hill,
Indeed.
Which of course is to the north. So perhaps
sort of
at least now we roughly know
from
where
here.
he will be at, and we can make arrangements accordingly.
Yes. Korrga does not seem to be in Old Hill at the moment. You can say that with very high certainty.
Yeah. But
So the Count has spread out his men.
it seems so. Perhaps to have his influence throughout the province. I guess it's worth going straight to Grimwick, especially now it's nighttime, so we can travel a bit more out of sight.
Yes, you do remember, however, that the Janet River, a rather large, fast-flowing river, is between you and probably your target.
Yeah, but we can use the bridge south of Moonfield for that.
Yes, indeed. There is just a thing that's the only bridge that's sort of close by, because the Janet River is a fairly large river. So if you don't want to use the bridge, like you'd have to, I guess, risk swimming, or you'd have to go much further south to find another bridge.
Not that I'm afraid of the water, because I have the sneaking suspicion we could probably walk underwater and be okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't drown, but you could still be like carried away by the river and then bashed against rocks and stuff like that.
Yeah. But that's why we have our living anchor. I'm sorry, Torak. But yeah, let's just cross the bridge and see how far we can get today while the night is encroaching upon us.
That sounds wise.
Okay, so you want to sort of walk around the village?
I guess
go around it to
if
the
we're
south.
still roughly to the south of the village, we can just continue like along the outskirts.
Yeah,
while
you're
it's
sort
night.
of you're sort of southwest, a little bit southwest from the village, maybe like an hour's walk or so, like half an hour's walk from the village.
Yeah, and I guess we should try and stay on the outskirts as much as possible.
Okay. So you want to go past the village to the south, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to head down towards the bridge, keeping a wide berth.
Okay. For a second, as you're walking, you feel a strange pull, as if there was a second pull pulling you sort of north, but it's just there for a few moments and then disappears. You're not quite sure what that was. It didn't feel like the pull of the revenant as such, the sense of the hunt, but it is already gone.
In which direction did it pull us?
Sort of north. So to your left, basically.
I guess there might be something more to find out around here later, but I think we should.
What about our old home?
We could go there if you want to. It's it's a bit off the path, but considering it's nighttime, I guess it's a good time as any to go there without being seen.
Could we head up to the old house?
You could. It is about an hour's north of the village, so you would not have to walk through the village to get there. You can walk all the way around and then past the village to the north. And there's a few hills north of the village, and your house was situated on one of these hills. They're not very tall hills, but it was a nice area to live in, with a nice green field and a nice look on to the village to one side and to the river to the other side, basically.
Okay.
All right.
I say we head up there, take a look. We're here anyway.
All right. Okay. So you want to do that? Okay.
Yes.
So you follow Torak's direction, and you skirt around the village, and you head east sort of, and then you can see in the distance. Now the sun has gone down. You can see a hilltop, and on that hilltop is a little bit of light. So it nearly looks like there's someone living there in your old home, or at least there's some light there. You can't quite make out any details quite yet, but as you do approach, you can feel this pull again, this second connection for a short moment, and you realize it does indeed seem to pull you towards your own old home.
I guess it would be wise to use the darkness to advance stealthily and out of sight as much as possible. So maybe Torak, you can walk a bit further away, so even if you draw attention, the rest of us will be, me and Ishmael will be unnoticed, for at least for the time being.
That's fine.
All right. Okay, give me stealth checks.
Go hide in the bush.
All right. Christers has an 11, so not particularly. Ishmael has a 19, so that's pretty stealthy.
I can, if I notice that I'm making a sound, you'll see me actively use Melt with Shadows to basically turn myself invisible. And if I notice that, okay, it's okay, nobody noticed me, I can keep continuing, I'll advance again.
Okay. So Torak. Stealth check?
Oh, I wasn't aware I was being stealthy.
Oh, you
don't have to be.
You're not trying to?
No,
Okay,
I'm not trying to. No, I'm just walking.
then you don't have to. Okay, then you don't have to roll. So you're just walking ahead.
Yeah.
So Torak, you reach the crest of the hill first, and you do see the remains of the stables burned down. It's just a few pieces of burned wood there, and basically shape, a black shape on the grass where no grass is growing, and you feel a stab somewhere deep within your chest as you see that. And it is nearly as if you can hear a small voice screaming for a second.
Torak would look around, trying to find the source of the scream, and be confused, not knowing what's going on.
You can see now the light is coming from about a dozen large candles that are lit around in a semicircle around what was the entrance of the mansion. The mansion itself, from the looks of it, seems abandoned. All the windows are shut. The door itself is closed. But on the steps in front of the main entrance, as I said, are these candles, and that's where the light comes from.
Okay.
You also see, as you look towards the candles, you can see something made of metal glimmering in the candlelight. Something seems to be lying on the porch.
I'm gonna go walk up to the candles and take a look at what's in there.
Okay, so while he's doing that, Ishmael and Krister, you have also approached. Ishmael, very stealthy. Krister, mostly stealthy, and are also looking around. You can see the same stuff. Krister, your gaze is drawn to the still black water of the pond that is to the left of the house, to the right of the house. And yeah, Ishmael, you for a second smell a whiff of perfume passing you by. And Torak, you approach. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. You're not quite sure who lit the candles, but whoever was that did that is either inside the mansion or he left already. And you can see there is 2 items lying on the porch, glimmering silver in the moonlight and the candlelight. One of the items is a battle axe, and the other item is a short sword. They seem polished and basically as new, but you do recognize both the items, especially the battle axe.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of signal over to Ishmael.
You have no idea where he is.
Oh, alright. I'm gonna signal around and be like, "Oh, fucking rogue."
And
And just kind of reach down and grab my battle axe.
Okay.
And as this fragrant memory washes over Ishmael's mind, he'll see his, probably in his view, his dwarven friend re-equip his weapons of old. He'll step forward from hiding, assuming he doesn't also see other people.
No, there is no one there. Okay, you can see your short sword lying there on the porch. The whole thing nearly looks like a little bit like some sort of shrine, with the way the weapons were put there and the candles arranged around them. There are also a few mostly withered flowers lying around on the ground in front of the porch.
And Ishmael would walk forward as a breeze is passing through his garments, blowing wisps of black smoke into the air. And yeah, he would pick up his old short sword and give it a twirl in his fingers.
It feels nearly as if the short sword is whispering to you and bidding you welcome again. Feels like meeting an old friend again. You, Torak, you have the same feeling with your axe. Just your hands in a perfect way, in exactly the way you remembered.
Okay, Torak's gonna grip it tightly and kind of swing, chopping at the air, kind of getting familiar with his old friend again. And he's gonna look down at these candles, almost like a mockery. Would Krister have told us about the Baron coming in, or the Count coming in, like getting people to light these and stuff, and putting up a mock honorary?
Did he? CJ, did you tell them?
Well, I think he thought something else, though.
He did not.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
You are unaware.
Okay.
All right. Torak's just gonna kind of look over at Ishmael and be like, I guess somebody comes up and lights this, and walks away, kind of just looking at him like.
And Ishmael would he'd finish flicking his short sword around, and in a flash it disappears amongst his garments. And he just turns and he matches your pace, Torak.
Okay, you can obviously add your weapons to your character sheet. Okay, so what is Chris there doing? Hiding in the shadows while the other two are picking up their weapons.
You'll see Christer walking around. I'll quickly walk past the pond where I left my life, basically.
Yeah, a cold shiver runs down your spine, and then you can see the pond partially freezing over as you pass. As a thin layer of ice forms at the surface.
I'll then walk up to all the candles, and I'll see my two compatriots wielding their former weapons, and I'm overwhelmed by the wrongness or the basic.
Oh, it definitely feels like a mockery to you. It feels like a slap in the face.
Within you see me glaring and looking at all the candles, and with a flick of the hand, all of them snuff out, and we're back in the darkness.
All right.
And I look to my two compatriots, which probably shouldn't be bothered by the lack of light, and say that I will not honor any altar made on a lie. It's basically a reminder of how they slaughtered us in cold blood. And they seem to relish in that memory somehow. And I'll walk away and towards the mansion and see if there's anything there I can find.
You want to walk inside the mansion?
Yes.
As you look inside, you can see the mansion has been cleared out. There is nothing left. Not even the furniture is left. Everything's gone. There's just empty rooms. And you don't feel very good walking through this mansion. There are so many memories, even without the furniture, that are sticking to every part of it. There's the room you meant to spend your first night with your wife in. There is the room that you helped repair. There is the kitchen where you help prepare meals, where you talk to your gardener, your servants, where you laughed with your friends. Now they're all hollow, these memories, wrapped in a shadow.
I think Torak would go to the room where his son stayed, just to go and look again. See.
Yeah, it is empty and dark.
Empty. Okay. He would just kind of look around, go over to the spot where his son's bed used to be, and just kind of a mental picture kind of puts the images back where it was. Looks where his son's his first training axe would have hung on the wall, and then he just walks out, just seething with anger. And
The both of you can feel the ground slightly trembling as Torak steps outside the house. Just a slight tremor that runs through the ground. A couple of the candles fall over.
And then as a tear kind of comes down his eye, or if a tear can even come down his eye anymore.
No, your eyes are dry.
Yeah.
There is no tear. You might feel the shadow of a tear, but as you touch your face, it is dry and cracked open.
Okay.
And cold.
Just screams a guttural scream. Ah! And the ground just begins to erupt, knocking all the candles over. It's just flying everywhere. And it just kind of settles down after a minute. And, you know, this little mock ceremony that they've set up here is just destroyed. The dirt kind of knocked everything over, and
yeah, the candles are partially covered, buried now underground.
and Torak would just set off down to the south again.
Okay.
Ishmael would silently be behind him, following.
Okay. So you walk around the village again. It is now about 9 o'clock or so in the evening. So the farmers are already getting ready to sleep. You can still hear faint music and laughter coming from the rooster, but the rest of the village is mostly quiet. A few dogs bark, angry barking sounds as you pass by, but you just ignore them. And you can see the river streaming by very fast, slightly reflecting some of the moonlight. And you can see the bridge. And you can see on the bridge there is light. Maybe unexpectedly, but there is a lantern there, and usually no. There's light
Is
there.
there any people as well?
You can see a tent that's set up right next to the bridge, and you're not quite close enough to make out any details, but there seems to be a lantern that's lit and a small campfire flickering next to the tent.
I will use the darkness to basically make myself invisible, and keep on continuing to do that. So basically I advance really slowly, almost impossible to see by the naked eye, until I get close enough to see if there's anyone sitting by the campfire.
Okay. So you can give me a stealth check with advantage.
Sure.
And anyone else who wants to approach, obviously, as well.
So 14.
Okay.
Wow, that's super bad.
And Ishmael is going to approach, but he's going to try and fan off a bit and just put more distance between where Kristair disappears and where he's going towards.
Okay. Torak, you're hanging behind. All right. So as you approach, you can see there is a single man sitting on a campfire. He is dressed in chainmail. There's a shield lying on the ground next to him, and a spear and what looks to be a crossbow or something on the other side, just leaning against the tent wall, basically. And you can see a small group of horses, 3 or 4 horses, that are tied to a tree a bit further away, maybe about 20 or 30 yards away from the campfire. You are now a good 100 yards from the campfire. And yeah, this seems to be some sort of guard post. The man is wearing a uniform in the colors of Old Hill. So like this black and gray. But you, as far as you can see, you don't recognize him. He's not like one of your former comrades or something. He seems to be a young man in uniform.
There was a lantern as well. Where was that?
The lantern is hanging on a hook above the bridge. So the bridge is like one of these little bridges with like the roof on top. Mm-hmm. It kind of looks like a little bit like a tunnel.
Top bridge, yeah.
Yeah, and on one side is the lantern that's lit. On the other side is also a lit lantern on the other side of the bridge, like on the other end. In between it is dark. The bridge is a good, I know, like 150 feet across or so. But this is a decent-sized river. The Janid River. And the guy on the campfire doesn't look particularly like on guard or anything. He's just sitting there staring into the fire, just looking around here and there. But his night vision is clearly shit because he's been staring at the fire most of the time.
Fair enough.
The tent, however, is definitely too large for a single person.
Okay.
This is a military tent, basically, like you've used probably hundreds and hundreds of times during your lives.
I'll try and move around him, and if possible, get within 60 feet of the lit lantern across the our side of the bridge.
Yeah, you can do that.
When I am close enough, you'll see me. No, actually, you won't see me, but you'll see the light of the lanterns really slowly diminishing, like before being snuffed out.
And when the light goes down, Ishmael would he'd approach to probably within about 30 feet. He wouldn't be so
Give me another stealth check. So the light of the campfire is basically casting about 20 feet of strong light and another 20 feet of dim light. So if you want to approach within 30 feet, you're already in the dim light zone.
Well, I guess he would go to the edge of that light then.
Okay, so about 40 feet. Okay, the guy on the campfire looks up, and he notices actually the lantern going out, and he mumbles something, and he disappears into the tent for a second. Anyone wants to do anything?
At the point when he disappears into the tent, I'll make haste onto the bridge and snuff out the other light at the other end.
So you just run past. Okay, give me another stealth check, because you're running. It's a bit tricky to be stealth while running at the same time.
And if the guy went in the tent, Ishmael would try to dart to the back of the tent,
so
like right up against it.
Again.
Okay, so both and Ishmael also a stealth check.
Okay.
I think when Torak sees that they're starting to snuff lights out and to kind of do something, he would start to move forward.
All right.
So because he knows that they're doing something, they're not just going to take a look at it.
So the guy maybe is inside the tent for about 10-15 seconds or so, which is enough time for Krister to swiftly walk past the tent onto the bridge and sort of walk down the bridge and stuff the light out on the other side. The guy comes back holding what looks to be a little flask of oil in his hand, and he seems slightly suspicious though. The way he's walking, he's like, oh, he must have heard something. He's looking around, not super alert yet, but he's definitely heard something, and he's looking around and sees that both lanterns are now out, and sort of puts one hand on the gripping his short sword on his side, and slowly starts moving towards the bridge. So Ishmael is like at his back basically right now.
I will ready if he tries to relight the lantern, the first one.
Okay.
I'll make sure I'm melted with the shadows close enough that when he does that, I want to flick the flame from the lantern onto the flask of oil he's holding.
What are you using for that?
Control flames.
All right.
If it's within 5 feet, I can transfer the flame. So it's basically I take a little bit of the heat from the flame and move it into the flask so that will ignite as well.
He takes down the lantern, puts it on the ground, opens it up, and then starts basically refilling the oil because he thinks that there's not enough oil in the lantern. And then the lantern goes whoosh, and the fire sort of runs up into the flask, and the flask starts burning. He jumps backwards, dropping the flask. It shatters on the ground, goes up. The oil goes up in flames immediately. He stumbles backwards, like shaking his hands, slightly burned. God damn it! Fuck! Just shaking his hand. Shit! The lieutenant's gonna kill me! Fuck! He's just looking around, not quite sure what to do clearly, and then after he's been looking around for like 30 seconds or so, he starts slowly going back to the tent.
Torak at this time would, I think he would probably recognize the symbol of Old Hill.
You would, yes.
Yeah. And he would just, he can't handle this anymore. He just keeps seeing people, serving this false man who, he just, these are people who serve with the people who killed his son, who killed him. and he's just gonna go running up to this guy as he comes back to the tent and grab onto him.
Okay, so you're running like full on with the axe in one hand, running.
On.
You're not the stealthiest, so he will definitely hear you coming. So he looks into the darkness your way. Your eyes flash red, and he's like, help! We're under attack! We're under attack! As he starts screaming, and basically jumps back towards the fireplace, grabs his shield, pulls out his short sword, and that's when you reach him, basically, when you run into him. Okay, so we are in initiative now. Ishmael, you're up first. What are you doing? You can see Torak running full speed towards that guy. The guy is jumping, grabbing his shield, getting his sword ready.
So Ishmael will, he'll go full, he'll just remain hidden, I believe. He'll get a little posturing with the tent, make sure he's within a movement of where this guy with his shield.
The campfire is only about 10 feet away from the tent, so you're within 10 feet from him, basically, or maybe 15 feet at the most. Christer, what do you want to do?
I will advance up behind him, so basically...
so you're moving back.
In his back.
You're sort of in the middle of the bridge at the moment.
Yeah, I'll move within 60 feet of the campfire, and I'll start decreasing the light of the campfire.
Okay, although there is oil burning in front of you, so if you move towards the end of the bridge, towards the western end of the bridge, you will step into the light, because, as I said, there's still a little bit of oil burning there.
I'll snuff that out first then, and then advance.
Okay, so you snuff it out, and then you...
my turn for now.
Okay.
I'll just do that and be within range to snuff out the fire in the...
Yeah, you're only about... The bridge is only about 35, 40 feet from the campfire, not very far away.
Okay.
So that's how far you are at the moment.
Oh, then I'll hide in a little bit in the shadow of the bridge.
Okay, Torak.
Okay, Torak's gonna just jump at this guy and start hitting him with his axe.
All right. Are you raging or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna rage.
Okay, so you just...
Just sees the symbol of Old Hill. He knows that this is the Count's men, the people who were willing to murder his family and watch his family be murdered and not stop it.
All right.
So I'm gonna make
you swipe twice against him, and so yeah, that is...
I got a crit.
You have advantage?
Yeah, I'm attacking recklessly.
Oh, okay, yeah, you have to tell me that in advance, but all right.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
Can we just set it up so that unless I say otherwise, I'm always going to be attacking recklessly?
Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay, yeah, you run up to him. He tries to get his shield ready, but you're too fast. You just basically tackle him, push him back, and then swing your axe twice, catching him into the chest twice. Roll damage. Oh, you already did roll damage. So that is 22 points of damage, if I see that correctly.
Yeah.
And yeah, you just cut him down. The first attack actually nearly kills him already. And then a second attack just cuts through his face, and he just and falls, instantly dead. Okay, now the guards, you can hear shouting from inside the tent, and the voice, "Grab your weapons! Grab your weapons!" And yeah, you can just hear movement and like chaos within the tent, basically. And we are back to Ishmael again.
And Ishmael will do his tried and true. He'll just posture again right at the back of the tent, just with his long blade in hand.
All right. At the back or at the front?
Yeah, I think he was at the back, like opposite the door where the man had already gone in.
All right. Okay, Christer.
Well, how far is the fire from the tent itself?
About 15 feet, 10, 15 feet.
Okay.
What do you want to do? Quick.
So many opportunities for trickery. I'll just ready.
Okay, so you can delay your action if you want. Yeah,
I'll delay until there's someone visible out the tent.
Okay, Torak.
Torak's gonna go charging into the tent.
All right. Yeah. So you just run into the tent,
Fuck this shit.
You can see inside the tent with your dark vision without any problems, and you can see there is there's 3 men inside the tent, they're basically in their night clothes. They grab their shields and they had just gotten swords ready. There is a few like chainmail armors lying around the tent, but they didn't have time to put it on. And they turn as you bunch in. You can see one of the men is a slightly older guy. The two other men are younger. And the older guy is like, what? And just points the sword at you. The two younger men raise their shields as you basically cannon into them.
Okay.
Cannonball into them.
I'm gonna attack the older guy.
All right. Yeah, he seems to be some sort of
being a bit of a military veteran myself. I know what the commander would look like, or who
You figured that he must be some sort of lieutenant or something like a low ranking officer.
So I'll make 2 attacks with my axe.
Okay.
And then 1 attack with my armor spikes as a bonus action.
All right.
So we've got.
Wow, that is You just run into him.
Okay. So 25, 20, and 23 to
That
hit.
is 3 hits, and that is in total, I believe.
29 damage.
How do you get to 9 damage with the armor spikes? How much damage? Like what's the die there?
It's a D4.
D4. Plus, yeah, of course, your strength.
Plus rage, plus strength.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, you just run into him, and you just take off one of his arms to the first swing, cut into his chest, and then cut into his face, or punch into his face with your elbow or something, and he drops instantly dead without having the chance to do anything about that. Okay, the other 2 guards are now and sort of attacking you, pretty panicked, but still they can't do much. They're in a tent. You sort of back them into a corner. So their short swords both strike out at you. The first one is a natural 1, so he just cuts into the tent, full panicked. Basically, his short sword is stuck in the tent to the side. He's like, shit, and manages to pull it out. The other one goes in with a stab attack with advantage. That's right, I forgot about that. And that is a 17, so I believe that will hit. So he stabs you in the side with 8 points of piercing damage. But yeah, your flesh, you don't feel any pain. You feel the piercing sensation of the short sword, but there is no pain. And they both seem very afraid, wide-eyed, shaking and backing away, trying to basically back away from you.
I'd like to comment out of delay at that point when I see him cannonballing right into the tent.
Okay.
At that point, I'll snuff out the campfire completely.
Okay. All right.
So there's no more light.
And the light's gone. Okay. Ishmael, you're up.
So Ishmael will pin the edge of the tent to the ground with his foot, and he's going to cut a man-sized hole all the way into it.
Okay.
He's going to try and sneak in, and if he can still attack, it's fine if that was his attack.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'd say. You have only 1 attack, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can technically. You have a dagger and a short sword, so you could do an offhand attack if you wanted to.
Well, I'll just get in there and try and stealth in then.
Okay.
For this one. And
okay. Stealth check with advantage because it is super loud inside this tent right now.
Let's see, 23.
Yeah, Thorax screaming and the guys screaming as well. So yeah, no one. So you cut open the back of the tent, you enter, no one notices you. Krister.
At that point, I'll just wait outside and make sure there's no one coming our way. So I'm just on perimeter guard at that point.
Okay.
And I'll slowly move towards the entrance of the tent.
They can probably hear the shouting and the screams at the closest farms, which are only about maybe 200 yards away or so. But as of right now, nothing has moved there as far as you can tell. Torak.
Torak's gonna look at these guys and just scream, "Old little dogs! Family killers!"
Okay.
And can attack against them again.
That is a hit. They're not wearing their armors. Yeah. Is that the 2 attacks against the same guy?
Well, I'll make an attack. If the 9 damage kills him, then
not quite. No.
Okay. Then I'll do the next attack against him.
Okay.
Against him again, so that's another 14 damage.
Yeah, you cut down the guy who pierced your side with his short sword, cut off his arm, and then cut into his chest. He falls.
Okay, and then I'll make my my bonus attack of my armor spikes against the other guy. So
Oof.
that's 21
Okay.
damage.
And you hit him so hard.
Shoulder him.
Yeah, your spikes pierce his chest, and there's a lot of blood. He stumbles backwards, basically into Ishmael, and he's nearly dead. He's stumbling. He sort of strikes out once with very weakly against you as he stumbles backwards and misses. Yeah, you just take the hit with your shoulder spikes, and the blade just bounces off. And the guy said, "No, no, please!" And Ishmael, your turn.
And Ishmael will try to put his short sword through this man's back, who just pretty much fell into his arms. And
You have an attack with advantage. Yeah, but you don't need the advantage.
cool. And
yeah, he's dead.
Cool. Yeah, it'd be 46.
He had 2 hit points left, so.
And he'll see the short sword wiggle as it's just pierced his torso, and then
the short sword comes out of the chest, and it's pulled back, and he just looks down and falls. And everything goes quiet again, except for Thorax, like noise of rage.
Just grunting.
At that point, Krister will walk into the tent and be like, "Well, it seems like you made a very nice mess here."
Hey, there's blood everywhere. There's pieces of arms and legs chopped off. It looks like a slaughterhouse in here.
Did you care to ask any of them about the location of Korrga Bloodfist, or were you too busy hacking them to pieces?
I know where he is. He's that way.
Yeah, we've been walking that way for more than a day now, so a bit more specific information would have been helpful. We only have 30 days.
I will say, though, it was nice to swing a blade again. And he's wiping, Ishmael's wiping his blade off on the man he just fell.
Okay.
I understand your anger, but still, it should be pointed at the right people. You see Krister is like visibly disappointed in his 2 compatriots, and he just walks out and just keeps going. Like he doesn't even turn around anymore.
You're going across the bridge?
Yeah.
All right.
Ishmael would be following.
Okay. Yeah, there is no other guard on the other side of the bridge. You figure this must have been some sort of, I don't know, toll station or something. You're not quite sure. But yeah, it wasn't here when you were still alive.
Well, I guess we've collected our bloody toll then.
Yeah.
And I just keep walking.
And
Thorak will probably catch up to me quite quickly, as he's quite a bit faster than me.
Okay. Yeah, you cross the bridge, the river, the Janet River, and keep going in the direction of the pool that is drawing you onward and onward.
And we'll start running again, as we've lost unnecessary time dealing with these.
The road on the other side of the bridge moves sort of north along the river, but you completely ignore that and just keep heading basically southeast. You do remember that there is a road from Everton to Grimwick, and there's also a second road from Saltborough, the city on the port city of Saltborough, to Grimwick, but there is no road from Moonfield to Grimwick. You probably have actually been in Grimwick maybe 1 or 2 times. It is a miners and woodcutters town. There's a couple of copper mines in the hills. But they've basically, as far as you remember, they've basically started slowing down. There wasn't much copper left in the last couple of decades. They depleted most of the copper. So the village has, as far as you remember, started to lose money and people. Who knows what it would be like now. But anyway, you continue for a few hours, and then as midnight approaches, you feel all of a sudden your bodies getting weirdly heavy and sluggish. And though you force them to move onward, you feel you're slowing down and getting slower and slower and slower. It's not really as that you're getting tired. It more feels like there's some sort of weight lying on you, like pressuring you down, nearly as if yeah, the earth under your feet itself is sort of pulling you down, stronger than usual.
I guess even in these forms we require some rest. Or at least some time of recuperation. I guess the magic keeping us alive isn't all powerful.
You may be right, I feel it too.
Torak is going to pretend like he doesn't feel it at first and just like, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. And he just kind of slumps down to one knee a little ways past them. I'm not fine.
I guess we'll find a suitable place to basically recuperate for the night. Although I would have preferred to keep going until the morning and then sleep during the day, but oh well.
Well, now
So-
you know. So you sit, basically you look for a small bunch of trees where you can more or less hide, although it doesn't look like there's too many people here, living here, so it is probably fairly safe even sitting out in the open without anyone coming too close. You haven't seen, for at least 2 hours or so, you haven't seen any farms or anything. There was a few farms on the other side of the river from Moonfield, but as soon as you left behind like the main road, there was no other farms close by. This is a mostly uninhabited area of the barony. You sit there, you're still awake, like your minds are working, but your bodies just feel very heavy. And then as the hours slowly pass, this heaviness slowly starts to dissipate. And about 4 hours later or so, at around maybe 3 o'clock in the morning, you feel ready to move on again.
Let's continue.
And Torak, you have regained your health that you lost.
Yes, I feel rejuvenated when ready for travel.
I guess we should continue on then. And let's just make as much progress as we can.
Okay. You continue moving until the sun rises up in the sky again. It is a cloudy day, and you can see it looks like rain is on its way. The clouds above your heads are dark, heavy with water, and there is a cold wind blowing down from the north, down to the old owl peaks that you can't see them, they're too far away. But you know that they're there. Do you want to...
I relish the fact that there's clouds, so the sun won't be beating upon us today.
That is true. That is true. There will be very little sunlight, in fact. So, do you want to continue onwards?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, we should get going as soon as we can.
Okay. As soon as you continue on, rain starts pouring down around you. The water itself doesn't bother you much. Actually, the water hitting Krister starts freezing. So basically, the water that hits you is falling off your body in small crystals of ice. You're leaving a small trail of ice crystals behind, but they do melt very quickly after you're past. You continue onwards for.
If I notice the freezing, I'll actively basically start encasing myself in ice.
Okay, so yeah, after an hour or so, you are surrounded by a thin layer of frozen water. that's sticking to most parts of your body, and it just splinters and breaks into pieces when you move. But as the water keeps coming, you just put another layer on top of it. You move and run through the rain. There is very little visibility. The rain is quite heavy around you. But it seems, it feels like a protective cover for you. And as I said, the cold and the water itself does not bother you much. What maybe bothers you, however, is that the ground around you is slowly turning to mud, which slows you travel down a little bit. But still,
I'll use the fact that I can apply cold where I want it to basically harden up the floor. I'll walk in from front and I'll just harden up the floor in front of us. So
that's probably not going to be quick enough to actually make a difference. You'd have to stop every like couple meters and then concentrate. So it would be actually still faster for you to continue walking instead of stopping every couple meters and then using magic and stopping and then using magic and stopping and using magic.
I'll still do it. I don't care.
All right.
Could Torak use his mold earth cantrip to make this not difficult terrain?
You could, but again, it would take you a lot. You'd have to stop, then use it on the couple meters in front of you, and then move and stop again. So it wouldn't really speed you up. It probably would slow you down actually more than it would speed you up.
All right, I think Torak would try it for a little bit. You know, like couple of times, he'd be like, and he would just get fed up with it, just like and just keep going, just rather just truck through the mud.
So you travel for most of the day, and then as the night starts falling again, you can see a road to your left. And you realize this must be the road leading from Everton to Grimwick, which probably means that the town itself isn't very much further, maybe a few hours or so. But it is now getting dark, which is, I guess, good for you in a way. The rain has continued all through the day, and it does not seem to show any signs of stopping anytime soon. It just continues on.
This is good. It'll hide our movements.
It will definitely, and the footprints that you leave behind are washed away very quickly.
Okay.
All right. You want to continue like across the fields, or you want to try to go to the road?
I believe the fields, staying off the road would be best.
Okay.
As do I.
Okay. You continue walking for another 2 hours or so, just trudging through the rain, and then you realize you have now reached an area of agricultural land. There is now actual field. There's not just like a plain now. There is actual fields covered in mud, obviously. I mean, earth and mud. There's not much to be seen, but your dark vision allows you to pick out a few small, like, man-made structures of wood, a small barn here, a little bit of a fence there, a small windmill off to your left that seems mostly decrepit and abandoned. But you are definitely coming into, well, settled territory. You cannot see any light around you. The rain prevents you from seeing anything further than maybe, I don't know, 60 to 70 feet. But that again means that other people can't see further than that either. You continue on?
I guess we will use this to our advantage and just keep going as long as we can without being noticed, if possible.
Okay. You continue on for another 2 hours or so. You have passed several farmhouses, dark and wet. Few lights here and there can be seen in windows, but they are mostly probably just candlelight left to like night lights, basically, that people have left on burning. No one seems to be awake. Not even the dogs are barking this time. And you realize that's probably because of the rain. The rain is washing away your smell, so they don't notice you. And then, nearly without warning, you can see several lights appearing, maybe about, 120 feet or so ahead of you. And you realize, ooh, this must be the edge of the town itself.
Torak's gonna keep moving towards the town, moving towards the lights.
Okay. You can see the town of Grimvik seems surrounded by a wooden wall, only about maybe 12 feet high or so, but still, the light that you can see is from a few up-story windows that are peeking over the wall.
Okay.
What does our spidey sense tell us?
Your spidey sense tells you that your prey isn't very far away. It shifts now, and you don't have that feeling of direction anymore. It's more of an omnipresence all around you.
Okay.
I suspect we'd best keep our wits about us as we proceed. I can feel the presence of our quarry. Shall we send in our face first, looking to Krister?
I guess we can try that. I'll shapeshift into I guess a older man.
Okay.
Still travel weary looking, but a bit more frail looking, so I don't impose any sense of physical danger around me.
Okay.
And I'll try and look for this village gate and gain entry if possible.
Okay. So you follow the road, the wall, basically, and then you can see the gate itself. It's basically where the road hits the walls. There is a large wooden gate with two small towers, one on each side. There is light in both towers, and you can see one person each, like the silhouette of a person, basically standing on top of the towers. The towers aren't super high. They're only about maybe 15 feet or so up.
I'll cry up, hello there! Can I gain entry into the village and to get out of this wretched weather?
You can see one of the men, and you can see a bearded face appearing, lantern in one hand, a spear in the other hand, as he sort of points the lantern down at you as the light hits you, and he looks at you, and you can see he looks pretty confused, and he says, What? Who are you, old man? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? It's practically midnight.
I think you need to work on your time-telling skills, good sir, because it's very close to morning already. But yes, I've been traveling all night. I kind of misjudged the distance. I'm from Moonfield. I made quite a long trek, and thinking I would be faster through the fields, I kind of misinterpreted the distance, and I guess I took longer than I anticipated.
Give me a deception check.
Sure.
And he looks over to the other guy. You can see another person there, a younger man, cleanly shaven with brownish hair. 10. Ooh. Okay. They seem really.
So I rolled 3 2 times. I have
wow.
+7.
Okay. They clearly seem suspicious that like an older man shows up in the middle of nowhere in like 3 o'clock in the morning or something. They look at each other, and then the bearded guy goes, Well, we have command not to open the gates until sunrise. There's bandits afoot, so come back in a few hours, old man. I'm sure one of the outlying farms or something would be happy to give you a dry bed for the night if you have some coin.
Oh, can you point me into the direction of the nearest one?
Oh, there's a bunch, I don't know. He just points like down the road. There's like half a dozen or so.
Okay, thank you, and I will just walk off. And when I'm out of sight, I'll transform into a new person. I'll transform into a younger woman, looking quite luscious, and change my voice accordingly. And I'll give a high-pitched scream, and you see me coming running out of the rain towards the guards.
Okay.
Screaming
Both
pillage
raise
and
their
murder.
lanterns. What's going on, lass?
There's a man. He keeps harassing me. Please help me.
What? What kind of man? And they sort of point their lanterns into the darkness behind you, trying to see something. And give me another deception check.
Sure.
Maybe this one works better. They might have more.
The first one counts, but it just keeps. I put it on.
Yeah, I know. That's fine. That's just how the character sheet works.
21. Better.
Yeah. The bearded guy says to the other one, "Oh, you keep an eye out. I'll open the gate." The other guy's like, "Are you? What the fuck?" It's
dark.
My monitor has just disappeared. Stopped working. No, there we go. I just unplugged it. I unplugged it without wanting it. Anyway, yeah, he's like, "Paul, you keep an eye out for this creep. I'll open the gate." And the other guy's like, "Are you sure?" "Yeah, we can't leave the lady outside in the middle of the night." And he climbs down and disappears from view. And then, like 10, 15 seconds later, you can hear a large, what do you call it? What's the piece of wood that holds the gate closed?
A beam. A beam of wood.
Is it?
It's called a crossbeam?
Doesn't matter. Anyway, he removes it and opens the gate a little bit so you can sort of squeeze through.
And when I do, I thank him. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." And I don't know what was going to there much longer.
Where are you from? You're from one of the farms.
Yes. This creepy man came knocking on our door, and when he came in, I don't know what he was doing. All the lights went out.
Well, you're safe now, and he puts a hand on your shoulder as he does so. He doesn't realize that it is an illusion. He's obviously not the brightest. He just basically pets you on the shoulders. No, love. You're fine now. You should probably get out of the rain.
Is there anywhere I can shelter for until morning?
Well, the inn is closed, but he gives you a pretty disgusting grin and sort of points to one of the small huts close by and says, I live right there. You can lie down there if you want. I'll come in once my shift ends at daylight, and then you can tell me all about what happened and that creep that tried to attack you, and I can help you, I'm sure."
Excellent.
Yeah, just go in that house right there. The door should be open. And he
I'll just walk over, and as soon as I notice that he can't see me anymore, I'll just walk into town.
Okay.
And if I go around the corner, I'll change my appearance, and now I look like some freaking dandy, like very preppy.
Okay.
The hair all nice and everything.
All right. So like a richer, a fairly wealthy young man, basically.
Exactly. And I'll go and just check out the town a little bit. Just walking around casually, not really giving any regard to the rain.
Okay. The town is dark and basically quiet. You can, however, see that there seems to be some sort of patrol. There's two men walking through the town, like two men side by side, lantern held high, both like spears on their shoulder, like leaning against their shoulders, just patrolling through. You can dodge out of the way without too much trouble, especially because they keep to the edges of the town, sort of close to the wall itself. And you can see there is all in all 4 towers, 2 at the gate and 2 on like opposite sides of the village. And each tower there seems to be one guard standing there looking around. So you get the feeling that people are the area here doesn't seem to be quite as peaceful as Moonfield looked to you. Other guards walking around. There is basically no sound other than the pouring rain, and there is very little to no light. There is a large building that seems to be the inn. You can make out with your dark vision the sign of a boar that's sort of standing on his hind legs at the entrance of the inn, but it is closed now and it is dark.
I'll see if I can enter the building somehow.
As far as you can see, the gates are locked, the doors are locked, the back door is also locked. The windows are all shut closed. I mean, you could probably somehow manage to get in through one of the windows, but that might be loud.
Fair enough. In that case, I'll just walk around the town and see if I can find any presence of our Mr. Bloodfist.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Just looking into the windows, basically skulking around.
All right.
Perception, right?
Yep.
Wow, my rolls are really bad.
Nope, an 8 does not give you anything. Most of the windows are closed against the rain, like the shutters are closed. You can peek in through a few windows, but what you can see is just dark, like empty rooms, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so while this is happening, Ishmael and Torak, what are you doing? Just waiting there? Or would you like to do something?
We're talking about the merits of just cutting our way through the wall.
Yeah, the wall, I mean, it looks fairly sturdy, but with a bit of time, you should be able to break your way through if you want to.
And Ishmael is thinking, like, as the water sogs in the mud around him, he's thinking he could probably just as quickly as Torak's bashing through the wall, he could just, like, scoop dirt away and slither under the wall, possibly.
That's probably a good point, actually.
I could actually do that, because I've got the mold earth.
You can, yes. You have the cantrip, yes.
So how, like, can I just, like, use the cantrip and just try to scoop, like, I can do, like, a 5-foot area, just scoop some away and see where, you know, how far down the wall goes?
Yeah, you reach down and you scoop away a bit of earth, and you realize the wall only goes down maybe, I don't know, like 15 inches or so, so not very far. So you scoop out, you use the cantrip a few times, you grab the ground, you scoop it away, large pieces of mud, basically with a wet sound, just slide away and open up a small tunnel that leads under the wall.
Okay.
The wall itself isn't like a proper fortress wall. It's not like a double wall you can walk up on. It's just like basically a thick fence.
Okay.
And
So Ishmael will come slithering out from under the wall, and even though it's like a well-formed little tunnel, he's covered in mud and dirt now, and still wisping off black ash.
Yeah, and wet as well. But you have been always wet already.
Torak's gonna work his way underneath there and
you just push your way through.
get through, and oddly enough, he doesn't look any more dirty than he normally is.
Nope.
So
Okay. So you're now standing there with the hole behind you. In the dark.
And I'm gonna fill the hole back in, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, you reach back out and you close the hole with your
If
magic.
somebody wants to take a look, they can probably see that it was moved and stuff, but you're not going to see it from a distance, I don't think.
With the whole all the mud and such and the rain that keeps pouring down, it will be very hard to, unless someone like actually inspects all the whole area, like the whole lower area of the wall. It is very unlikely that they will notice it.
Okay. All right. Start looking around to see where Korrga is.
Yeah, I'm guessing eventually you will find Chris there, because he's the only one, except for the two guards, he's the only one walking around the village. And you have dark vision. And I believe the dark vision is like 120 feet or something.
I think it's 60 feet.
Dark vision, 60 feet. Yeah, 60 feet is good enough, though. You will eventually spot him.
We'd probably make our way to the interior, avoiding that patrol as well. So
All right.
Yeah.
Get us together.
Okay.
We need to figure out where our friend is, and we need to do it fast, while we still have the cover of night. I think you two will be quite noticeable in the morning.
It is about 4 o'clock in the morning now. so you have about 3 hours of darkness left.
I think it's prudent we start actively looking through houses.
Even if you disguise yourself, if we start looking through houses, people are going to get upset and start screaming for guards. Rouse the whole
Buildings.
town.
Yes,
Yeah.
buildings of note.
This is a town of about, you'd say, 500 people or so it's not like a tiny village or anything like that.
So what would you like to do? I mean, I can probably be safe enough tomorrow morning, but I don't know where you guys are going to be.
Where would a mercenary leader or a lieutenant hole up in a town like this?
Maybe the town guard, the headquarters or something? I don't know if there's any building like that around. But...
Yeah, you did see a building with a lantern on top of the entrance. The building interior was mostly dark as well, but you didn't want to risk to approach too much because of the light all around it. And you feared that might have been some sort of like guard post, like the headquarters, something of the town watch.
Excellent.
Yeah.
When you bring it up, I recall this building and I say, maybe we have something. And I guess we should go and check it out. I can just snuff out the lantern once we get close.
Okay, yeah, you can.
To cover our approach, basically.
Okay, yeah, it is very close to the center of town. So it is just like one row of houses away from the center square where the town hall and the inn are situated.
Perfect. I won't even snuff out the lantern completely. I'll just diminish its light output to like the lowest possible. So when we leave, I can reignite it without any trouble. So no one knows we'll be there.
So it's basically like a large candle at the moment.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I guess we'll approach the building and see what we can find out.
Okay. There is 2 windows. You can risk to peek in if you want to. You can see there is a little bit of light coming out the windows.
If the light's coming out, I will definitely try and look in.
Okay.
I'll try and do it as inconspicuous as possible.
Give me a stealth check with advantage.
So 20.
Okay. You look in through the window, you like peek over, and you can see a table, a large room with a table in the middle, and there is 2 men sitting at that table. Both men are awake. Both are dressed in studded leather armor, and both have on the table. There's a little bit of food and a lot of weapons. There's like 2 crossbows, bunch of knives, 2 short swords, couple javelins, crossbow bolts, and such. And they seem to be cleaning the weapons and like sharpening using whetstones to sharpen the blades and such. They don't necessarily look like city guards. Like they're not wearing uniforms for one.
I sneak away and I approach my 2 friends. I think we're in the right place. There's more weapons here than a garrison of a large town, so I think we're at least in the right area. There's 2 guys awake, probably tending to their weapons in the main hall of the house. Would you like to go in and check it out?
Yeah, the front door leads straight into that room where they're sitting, from what you can figure.
I think I know your answer, Torak.
Yeah.
I mean, we can walk around the building a little bit to check out what other spaces are in the building so we don't get surprised, but...
So, the room that they're in, is there, like, window... I've obviously seen inside.
Yeah, there's 2 windows to the left and the right of the main entrance. One window each. They lead into that room.
I have an idea. Ishmael, can you get inside?
Probably. I've yet to be thwarted by a building. They could keep me out. And could Ishmael maybe make a perimeter check, like sneak around the sides or
Certainly.
look above? Is there
Yep. So the house has a ground floor and the first floor and the second floor. So 3 floors all in all. The windows, all the other windows except for the 2 in the front are closed, like the window bars are shut against the rain, and all the other windows are dark. So you can't really see inside, but it's definitely a larger house. Not like massive, it's not like a fortress by any means, but it is a large house.
You could possibly pry open the shutters enough to take a peek inside. I mean, you can look in the dark.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult to do that.
Yeah, I would go ahead and try and climb up and get a look in the upper floor.
Okay, give me a athletics check.
All right.
Is it trying to climb up the wall?
Can it be acrobatics? Can it be fancy?
No, there's not much you can do.
Maybe Torek can give you a boost.
I can give him a boost.
Sure. Yeah, you can help him if you want. That would give you advantage on the thing. You just basically
right.
throw him up there.
So I just have I got a crit on the first one.
Okay. No problem. Yeah. So Torak just throws you up there. You catch yourself, and you discover that the walls of this building are made of stone and fairly old. So there's a lot of handholds and footholds. You climb up. Do you want to climb to the first floor or the second floor?
Yeah, I want to look into a second floor window, so up to the second floor.
Up to the top, right? Okay. And you, without any problem, you sort of use your dagger to pry open the shutters. You open the shutters slightly. You look inside. And you can see the top floor is the smallest, so there's probably only like 2 or 3 rooms in there. And give me a d20 roll.
All right.
Okay. You see in the interior of the room is quite fancy. Not super fancy. It doesn't look like a nobleman or anything, but the furniture is quite good quality. There is a large bed, and you can see seems to be a man or a woman. You see a silhouette by sleeping on the bed, and you also see a stand of plate armor against the wall, and on a small desk in front of the plate armor is a very large 2-handed blade, a great sword.
Is there a pane of glass between me? I just got a shutter open.
There is a little bit of like a very thin layer of glass.
I'm going to shut it for now, the shutter back up, and I'm going to climb down and go back over to the group.
Okay.
And I'll mention this. There's not many chambers are in the upper floor, but I looked in one. And there's plate armor, but the man is unclad as of yet, or woman, if they sleep, and a great sword. And did I recognize a great sword? No.
Korrga is using a maul. You remember that very well because you used it to bash your face in.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can even if you touch the side of your head, you can still feel the indentation. So you can sort of tell the shape and the size of the mace just by touching your own head.
And just thinking of that, Ishmael will pull his hood up a little more over his malformed head.
All right.
And
Korrga was also not wearing plate mail. He was more of a medium armor type of guy.
And Ishmael will add in his thought that it'll probably, you wouldn't want to fight anybody with plate mail on, but it'll take a while for someone to put it on. We could try to dispatch these guys down here quickly.
Seems like a plan.
Okay.
But let's at least keep one of them alive, should Korrga not be here to question. And when I say that, you see me mostly looking at Torak, being like, you can bash all of them but one. But one.
You always spoil my fun.
In fairness, I killed the last one, but I will try as well.
I didn't see that, so in my mind, Torak killed all of them.
Yeah. That's true enough. You didn't see that.
But yeah, do you want any buzz before we enter? I mean, we can just send in Torak and maybe give you Ishmael, give you and me invisibility.
Oh, I don't remember being invisible before. That would be quite a treat to dispatch a foe.
Basically, you're invisible until you either attack or cast a spell, and it lasts a minute. But we can do it just before he enters, like bashes in the room.
What does the door look like? Is there like a little sliding thing for someone's gonna open the thing and be like, who's out there?
There is a large sort of this size in head height, and the door itself looks fairly sturdy, which strikes you as slightly odd because there's like windows that are very big and open right next to the door. So if someone wanted to go in, they could just smash in the window. But yeah, the door is fairly sturdy.
Okay.
Whoever built this house clearly hasn't thought everything through.
How far, if I wanted to say, I don't know, knock on the door and go walk around to the corner so they can't see me?
Yeah, you could do that.
Or just duck my head down or something?
If you discuss this plan, Christer will point out that as long as there's some shadow, I can do this without any. I won't even have to walk away. And as he's saying that, you see him stepping back out of the light of the candle of the front door lantern, and you just, for all intents and purposes, seems to disappear.
Okay, he's just gone. Even with your dark vision, you can't see him anymore.
Okay.
So I can create that distraction for you if you would like. And I could even snuff out the fire in the room if we want to.
And Ishmael will take up post on the other side of the building that Torak is not on.
There is a back door, but that one's also locked. It's a very small, very average-looking wooden door.
Good, Ishmael. Can you pick the lock on this door? You think?
I can in time, but I've got to keep my eye out for some tools. There might maybe some in here. Did you mention they had a bunch of?
You can. You haven't seen it like that specifically, but there was a lot of stuff on the table. Yeah.
In time, I'll be able to handle some orders for us.
So what is the plan? You just want me to knock on the door so they open up and Tora can charge in? Is that our battle plan? Because I'm down with it if that's what you want.
Maybe just get one of them to step out, and that's almost like splitting them up for.
Yeah, that would work, I guess. Maybe you can draw his attention, Torak, when he opens the door.
Torak's gonna say, I don't need you to knock for me. I can do it myself. And he knocks on the door, almost like, see, I can do this.
Okay, fun. And you can hear a voice from inside.
A fucking hammer.
You can hear a voice from inside going, "Yeah, who's there? What you want?"
And Torak just kind of squats down, ducks.
Okay, who's there? What the fuck was that? Let me look, and you can see a little bit of light coming out as someone opens a little hole. Little sliding door at in head height, and looks out. There's no one out there. You think there was some fucking kids or something? I don't know. And the little shutter slides closed again.
At that point, you see me getting up, walking past the door towards one of the open windows, and I knock again. Keep walking to the window, and as soon as I see the fire, I snuff out the fire.
There is, you mean inside?
Yes.
There's no fireplace as such, but there is a lantern hanging from the ceiling.
It's gone. It's out of here.
What's the range of controlled flames?
60 feet.
Oh, okay, that's easy. Yeah, that's only about 25, maybe 30 feet away from you at the most.
So
okay,
they hear knocking. So they hear knocking again, and all of a sudden, the light goes out.
Okay. Yeah, you can hear it. What the fuck? What happened to the light? I don't know. It went out. And you can hear basically. Oh, actually, you won't be able to hear that from the. Yeah, you can just hear silence from inside.
Well, I can probably look inside through the
Oh,
window.
you can, yeah. You look up inside, although there is still a little bit of light outside because you haven't snuffed out the outside lantern yet.
That's fine.
So when you look inside the window, you can see two men. Both have grabbed crossbows. Both are putting crossbow bolts onto the crossbows. Both are looking your way. And, who's there? One of them shouts. Who are you? What you want?
Timmy, sir!
Oh god.
What?
Timmy!
And basically, when they see me, I will bump down out of sight and transform into a kid. And basically, when I go back up, they see this very youthful face, smiling crazily.
Okay, well they can't really see very much. They only see like a silhouette, basically, because there's
Oh, it's a
very
small
little
head then.
Yeah, okay. What you want, boy? Fuck off!
Why won't you come out and play?
It's in the middle of the night. Fuck off, boy!
But sirs!
And he keeps insisting until one of them comes out.
I think Torax.
Give me a deception check with disadvantage.
Sure.
Because they are extremely suspicious now that the light has suddenly gone off. Or out.
17.
17, okay. Yeah, one of them's like, oh, fuck this kid. And he, like, you can hear the bar, that's the word I was looking for, the bar being pulled back, the door opens outwards, and the guy jumps out with a crossbow in hand, and like...
Torax gonna grab him.
Okay, give me an athletics check with advantage.
Okay.
Basically, from behind the door, you see this dwarf.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, 16.
16.
You
That's
you
probably
tried.
the lowest I've ever gotten.
You try to grapple him, but he reacts quickly, hits you in the face with his elbow, and pushes you off. And he's like, "What?" And he looks at you and says, "We're under attack! There's monsters in the town! Monsters!" And we are in initiative. Ishmael, you're up first.
So Ishmael's going to move to within 5 or 10 feet from the guy who just approached the door. He's going to throw his dagger right at him.
Okay,
And,
you can do a melee attack if you want to. You don't have to throw it.
well, he's going to open with the dagger throw.
Okay.
He kind of had that ready.
Okay.
That's mine.
Oh my
it's
god.
great.
Nice. Okay.
Do you mind if I just roll it rather than
roll
typing that?
Yeah, that's fine. Roll manually, sure.
So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 16 damage. Piercing damage.
Is that with sneak attack damage?
Yeah, because it's only 3d6, right?
Yeah, 3d6.
And it's dagger damage. It's 2d4.
Yeah. So, but you double the 3d6 as well. That's the theme.
Oh shit. Okay, no.
Yeah, your sneak attacks with crits are really evil.
24 then. Piercing damage. This blade just spins like a saucer right into this guy.
Yeah. You just hit him in the side of the throat. He just drops the crossbow and falls. Okay.
And that's his turn.
Okay, Christer.
I told you should have played with us.
And I just walk in and I look at this. I just walk up as close as I can to the other guy in the other room.
Yeah, you can walk into melee range if you want to. Yeah.
I'll just stay just out of melee range, and just as I walk in, you see my face. I'll use my Fey frightening ability.
All right.
So he's within the bubble, and you see his face basically turn into the scariest thing this guy's ever seen in his life, and he doesn't know what to do anything else but just run for cover.
Okay. He actually manages to succeed the saving throw, so you can see whoever these guys are, they're definitely
16?
not like.
Wow.
Yeah. I rolled a natural 18. So
okay, that helps.
So he's like, for a second he stumbles backwards, but then his training or something takes over. You can see these guys are clearly not like random village militia. They're definitely well prepared. And yeah, he just points the crossbow at you and says, "Die, monster!" That was your turn. Torak, you're up.
Torak's gonna...
You have surprisingly high initiative.
Yep. So Torak's gonna go charging in. at the other guy.
You run past Chris there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna attack.
Okay. Recklessly, as usual.
Yep.
All right.
Attack that one guy. Get him. So I'm gonna attack with my battle axe. Attack with.
Okay, and he's dead. First one strikes into his chest. Second one, you rip it out and strike into his chest again.
Take 2 damage off of each of those because I'm not raging yet.
Okay, so that would be 12 plus 9. That is 21. That's still enough to kill him.
Okay.
Yeah. You cut into his chest twice, rip it out, and he falls. The crossbow just clatters to the ground, and the bolt just streaks and hits the wall.
And is the other guy's toast, right?
Yep, the other guy's had a dagger sticking out of its throat, and there's like tons of blood like spurting forward, but he's unmoving on the ground.
Okay.
Okay. You can now hear shouts, confused shouts from deeper within the house. But yeah, clearly people are waking up, but they're not like immediately ready to fight.
I point over to the body of the other guy and to Torak and please drag him in and close the door. I don't want anyone to disturb our little party.
I'll grab the guy that's outside and bring him in.
Okay.
So.
And we bar the door.
Yeah.
And we break off the key.
Okay. There's no key as such. It's just a bar, but the bar looks fairly sturdy.
I'll just grab a crossbow bolt from the table and jam it in the hinges of the door.
All right. Yeah, there's plenty of crossbow bolts on the table.
Torak's going to make his way over to the next door.
Okay. Do you want to open it or just stand there?
I'm going to pause for like a moment, just going to look at my companions, readying, I guess for this round, already in action to see if
you can hear shouting beyond, and you can hear like someone shouting, "Wake up, Sir Michael! We're under attack! The bandits are in the town!" And so you can just hear like people getting ready and give me the crossbow, throw it over, and no one's coming out yet, but they're clearly getting ready. You can hear about 5 or 6 different voices.
Okay, boys, it's time to get in here. And I'm gonna open the door.
Before you do that, I'll melt into the shadows behind you.
And as you're doing that, Ishmael's taking one of these. There's light crossbows in the room. He's gonna just sling one over his shoulder, and it's clip some bolts onto it.
Yep.
And but then he's got his short sword in hand, and he's right behind Korrga.
Okay, so as you open the door, and you can see there is this main room that had like 5 or 6 tables, probably some sort of dining room area. So the second one is a small hallway, and you can see one room opens to the left, which is like a kitchen, and then further down you can see lights, and you can see several doors that are open, and several people like running around, basically putting on armor, grabbing crossbows, and like getting ready, like short swords and daggers and such. And so you see that as you push open the door. The closest enemy is maybe about 35 to 40 feet away from you. So you probably just be able to get there if you want to.
Okay. Torak's going to go in and he's going to look at them and be like, "Oh no, monsters are here!" And he's going to be like, "Oh wait, that's me." And then go charging into attack.
Alright. So you just run on to the closest one, a woman actually, that's like drawing her short sword just as you run into her. Go for it.
Yep. Make an attack. And I'll use my my bonus action to rage.
Okay. As you're running, you start shouting. And that is 2 hits. She is fast, but not fast enough. You cut into her twice, and that is 21 points of damage. So yeah, she falls with a scream and a fountain of blood as you basically cut her through her body. Now their turn. 3 men and the woman appear from the side doors. 2 of them level crossbows at Torak and take shots. The other 2 have like small shields and short swords ready and rush in yeah, one of them has a shield and a short sword, the other one has a dagger and a short sword. They rush in to attack you. 2 crossbow bolts flying through the air. First one misses by an inch. The second one hits you in the shoulder and deals 4 points of piercing damage, as your armor prevents most of it, and the rage prevents nearly all of the rest. And then the other 2, the first one with the short sword jumps in, stabs, hits you actually, manages to just barely get through your armor, deals 5 points of piercing damage as he cuts you a little bit in the side. And the woman with the dagger and the short sword jumps in, just does 2 attacks, short sword first, manages to hit, and the dagger misses. So you just shrug off the dagger, short sword slices open your arm, and that is another 7 points of piercing damage. So 3 because you're raging. And that is their turn. So you're now like flanked by 2, and then 2 more are like in the doorways to your left and to your right, about 10 feet away each, and shooting at you with crossbows. They have not seemingly realized that Krister and Ishmael are there as well. Ishmael, you're up.
So Ishmael will dart forward, seeing so many people coming at Torek. He's going to try and, on one of these people with the dagger or the short sword, whoever's closest.
Yeah, the woman.
The woman, he's going to try and find a crack in her armor and just stab at her with his short sword.
All right.
And there's his roll, and he does not do it.
Yeah, you slice at her, but she brings up her dagger and parries your attack. And she goes wide-eyed. What are these creatures?
And with just bonus action and a little movement, like my disengage, I'm going to use that for cunning action and just back up a little bit up to shoulder to shoulder with Krister.
Okay.
That's my turn.
All right.
Do you know where Krister is? Because I'm currently invisible.
Well, he's backing
5 feet then.
Yeah.
Just like back out of a little bit.
Yeah, Krister, you're up.
I will look at the one with the lady with the 2 weapons, the sword and the dagger.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, out of the darkness, she feels immense cold just coming over her. And I'll use the, what's it called again? The frostbite.
Okay. Is that do I have to make a save, or is that an attack roll?
You have to make a save.
Okay, DC 16 con save with a 15. No, she fails, just barely.
So you take 2 damage and you take disadvantage on the first weapon attack roll you make.
Okay.
As I appear from the darkness all of a sudden.
Okay. You're still sort of in the front room, so you're looking through the doorway at her. All right. Torak, you're up.
Torak is going to turn and charge someone.
Well, you have a woman with a short sword and a dagger to your right, and you have a man with a shield and a short sword to your left.
All right. I am going to just kind of bash my shoulder into the guy on the, and then I'm gonna attack the girl with my axe.
All right.
Get for 16.
16 is just barely a hit. Yes. Oh, so that's against her, the axe.
Against her, yep.
Okay, that is a hit, yeah. And that is 10 points of damage. Okay.
Yep. Okay. And then my next attack be against her again, so a 17.
Okay, yeah, you hit her again, you slice her open with you just cut through her with your axe. A lot of blood comes out. She falls over backwards.
My armor spikes hit the other guy for 10 damage. And I shoulder him, just wham!
And you seem to notice that while the woman bleeds out, all the blood seems to crystallize and freeze over where she lies.
Yeah, it's like, and there's just a frozen puddle of blood now on the ground. Okay, then their turn. They're looking pretty afraid now. Let me see. One of the crossbowmen actually turns and runs up the stairs to the left. There's like a staircase that you haven't quite seen yet, but he just runs up and is screaming, Sir Michael! Sir Michael! We're under attack by monsters! Undead! or something like that, and he just runs up the stairs. The other two keep fighting, and you can see the other crossbowman looking after his companion. Fucking coward! And then takes another shot. This time he's taking the shot at Ishmael. That is a 15, so just barely miss. You duck under it. The crossbow bolt strikes past you. The guy with the shield and the short sword that's been bashed quite badly by the armor spikes stabs Thorak in the side, but this time his crossbow just bounces off your spikes and your armor. No chance to actually hurt you. And that was their turn. Oh yeah, that was their turn. The last one has ran. So Ishmael.
So Ishmael, he's going to slide his short sword away and take out his, or well, he's going to drop his short sword. He's going to take out the crossbow and step up behind. Still try to have Thorak between him, and he's going to shoot at one of the people engaged with Thorak. The same woman that has.
The woman's dead. Thorak sliced her up.
Oh, then seeing her in the crosshairs, yeah, he'll move to the next person trying to engage his friend.
Yep. Yeah, that's the guy.
Let a bolt ring out. And,
that is a hit. Yeah.
Excellent.
The guy tries to raise his shield, but he's not fast enough. The crossbow streaks past the shield. Damage. This is obviously with sneak attack.
Yeah.
Crossbow takes him.
So that can't be right. Sorry, I'm not sure about what I entered there. So I'll just roll it.
Yeah. Okay. You can roll it manually. It doesn't matter.
16 altogether.
Okay. Yeah. The crossbow bolt takes him straight in the forehead, pierces his skull, embeds itself into his brain, and he just slumps. He's dead. Wow, you're cleaning house pretty bad. Krister.
Krister will walk up as fast as he can up the stairs and try and catch up with the other guy, at least visually. So I don't know if I can move to the bottom of the stairs in my...
Yes, you would be able to, but you wouldn't be able to see him. He's run further up, so you'd have to dash to catch up to him.
I'll do that then.
Okay. So you basically run up the stairs behind him. You can see him ahead. He looks back over his shoulder. He goes, "Ah!" As he sees you coming. Yeah, that's your turn. Thorak. There's only one opponent with aiming the crossbow at you now. He's the last guy standing down there.
I'm gonna go charge over to him.
Okay.
And grab onto him and grapple him.
Okay. Athletics check. I have a 12. I presume you'll have more. Yeah. Yeah.
22.
You basically bash his crossbow out of the way and just grab him around, and he takes 2 damage.
It should be 3 damage.
Sorry, what was that?
I don't know how to take the rage damage off of my rolls.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, that's right.
I just zeroed that out for grapple. It's just 3 damage because I'm grappling him, and
All
then
right.
I'm gonna shove him to the ground.
Okay.
Do a shove on this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. He
So
falls.
25.
Yeah. You force him onto the ground easily.
Okay. And then I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna be like, "Where's Korrga?"
You give me an intimidation check.
Okay.
With advantage.
Okay, and you allow strength-based intimidation checks, right?
Certainly. In this circumstance, yes, definitely.
Okay, I am going to roll it, but we're gonna have to add my strength modifier because
Okay.
it does. I don't know how to make it. So whatever it is, it'll be plus. Instead of being -1, it'll
Okay,
be.
so you rolled a natural 1, but you still
I did. Well,
get up
2 natural ones.
to what is that? Like 15 or something, even with a natural 1, or something
Yeah, so
ridiculous
it's
like that.
15 plus 4 plus 6 plus 10. Oh no, yeah, that works. Okay.
Okay, yeah, he's completely
Yeah.
shocked and just like, I don't know. He's somewhere in the forest. I don't know. Okay, that was Thorak's turn. You can see now Krister up ahead on the end the end of the stairs, a muscular man appearing, wielding a greatsword, He's in a nightgown, basically, bearded, fairly wealthy-looking man in the way of his bearing and his beard and his hair. He looks a bit surprised to see you, but immediately runs towards you. And the other guy turns around and takes a shot at you immediately from melee range, at point blank, basically, or a crossbow shot. And that will be a 12. So that hits. That will be set in 9 points of piercing damage as the crossbow hits you in the stomach, point blank. And then the other guy runs down the stairs and strikes down at you twice with his greatsword. First one is a miss with a 10. Second one is a 11, also a miss. So yeah, the greatsword is very large. So in this thin staircase, he doesn't have proper space to wield it. So it just hits the walls, and you manage to jump backwards as the blade just swishes through the air in front of you. Okay, that was their turn. Ishmael.
Ishmael will send a bolt with love to that greatsword wielding man.
That guy's up the stairs. You can't see him.
Oh, okay.
You don't even know he's there. You can see fighting going up.
There's still a crossbow guy down here, though.
Yeah, that's the guy who's grappled to the ground.
I'm going to shoot him, and I'll say to Torak, we'll keep one of the two up there alive.
Okay.
And but it just hits right beside his head, I think, and he's fine.
Actually, you hit Thorak.
Okay.
Oh, actually, no, you have advantage on the attack because he's grappled, I believe, and so you can re-roll that.
But he also has disadvantage because he's prone.
No, he's standing next to him, so there's
no. But the guy that if you shoot at a prone target, don't you have disadvantage?
No, that's only if you're further than 10 feet away.
Ah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's a hit. 17 is a hit. Roll damage, and we think it's intact.
All right.
So you nearly hit Thorak.
21 damage.
Yeah, he's dead. Nearly hit Thorak, but hit the guy in the neck. And the crossbow just comes out the other side, the crossbow bolt, and he slumps just stops moving immediately.
And as that guy falls dead, I'll just use a little bit of movement to get closer to the stairs.
Okay, yeah, you can go all the way up to the stairs now. There's no one in your way now, except for Torak, I guess.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, Krister, you're up.
So basically, I hear someone being pinned to the floor with a crossbow bolt behind me.
Yeah, you don't really hear that. You just hear and you figure out that's probably the last guy dying.
And I look over at this very angry man. And I will, at that point, he looks at me, and I basically touch myself, and you see this green energy ooze out of me and envelop me, and I'm like, is that all you got? And I'll walk past him, just ignoring him completely. Just
okay, so
hit me if you can.
You will take 2 attacks of opportunity then.
Yeah.
Both from him and the other guy.
Yeah.
Okay. So the guy with the greatsword swings first, and that is a 22 this time.
So take 15 damage, please.
Yep, and you take 11.
Excellent. So I still have the aura for the next attack.
You do. So
excellent
damage. And the other guy also swings at you with a short sword. Your armor class is 12, right? So yeah, he hits you as well. And he also takes 15 damage. And he's nearly dead as shards of ice pierce his chest and his arms. But you take another 6 points of piercing damage.
Excellent.
And I'm pretty sure you should be below half health now. Okay, so your regeneration will kick in next turn. Don't forget that.
And I'll just keep walking past them as far.
So you run up the stairs basically up to the top floor. All right. And you can just hear the guy behind you bellowing, "After him! Slay the creature!" And the other one's like, Okay, that was your turn, Torak. You can hear that bellowing voice now coming up from upstairs.
Okay, Torak's gonna, kind of drop the lifeless body of this man and look over the doorway, the stairway,
Yep.
and go whipping over there. Can I make it in one movement?
Not quite, no.
Okay.
I mean,
I'll use the dash.
You can make it up, but you wouldn't be able to get into melee range with this guy.
Okay. I'm gonna use my dash action then.
Okay, so you just run up and you basically tackle this guy. You push him back with the handle of your axe. He turns towards you as he hears you lumbering up the stairs, and he basically like parries your attack with his greatsword, sort of.
Okay.
And yeah, you realize this guy is pretty strong. You can see under his nightgown, pretty decent muscles bulging. Not quite as strong as you, obviously, but still very strong. Probably used to wearing more armor though than he is at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay. The guy with the short sword will stumble backwards after Krister and stab him in the back. Oh, actually, did you use dash? No, you didn't, because you used armor of Agathis. So yeah, he can catch up to you, and he just, as you're still just as you're exiting to the top floor, he jumps you, tries to stab you in the back with the short sword. That is a 7 though, so no, that misses. You step out of the way, short sword swishes through the air, and the other guy, the greatsword man, turns towards Torak now. What manner of creatures are you? Who are you? What do you want? As he says, as he strikes down twice onto you with his greatsword. First one is a miss. Second one is a 21, so that will be a hit. You take 13 points of slashing damage, so reduced to 6 by your rage. That was their turn. Ishmael.
Ishmael will reloading the crossbow. Make a few steps up the stairs, getting behind Torak.
All right.
And he'll let a bolt ring at this crossbow-wielding knight, or sir.
All right. You take a shot. No, that is easily a hit. He's not wearing any armor at the moment.
And
that is a sneak attack.
20 damage piercing as bolt strikes true.
Okay, the bolt hits him in the ribs. Ah! And quite a lot of blood comes out.
And Ishmael will finish his turn by saying, drop your sword and I'll stop shooting you. And he's done.
Give me an intimidation check. Is that?
Can I get proficiency because I'm a revenant? So
yeah.
So that'd be 16.
Okay. He hesitates. He doesn't quite drop his sword, but he hesitates. There's his bravery is fighting the fear, and he is now quite heavily wounded after this pretty nasty crossbow hit.
So it'll look like Ishmael is not reloading his crossbow, and he isn't going to reload it, but I know I can't speak for Tordek's rage that's about to come out here.
That's true. That was Ishmael's turn. Krister.
So I just got attacked by this guy, so I'll just turn around, look him square in the face. Is it cold in here? And I'll frostbite him again.
Okay, that is a Constitution saving throw. Natural 3, so no, he failed.
So, okay, in that case I will... So 11 damage and disadvantage on his next attack.
His skin turns blue, his eyes freeze, and he falls onto the ground in front of you.
And he shatters.
Not quite, but he's not completely ice. He's just like his skin has frozen.
Fair enough.
He just falls and is just like lying there, unmoving, like frozen into place, basically.
And I look over at the knight wielding the huge ass sword.
You can't quite see the knight because like it's a circular staircase leading up, so you're like another rotation further up, so to speak.
I'll shout down. Well, I took care of the guys up here. I don't know about you down there.
Torak, you're up.
Torak is gonna, well, he lost his rage last turn because he didn't make an attack. He just got to dash.
But you took damage, so you didn't lose your rage.
Oh, okay. All right. Bonus. So I'll attack Buddy with I'm gonna grapple him.
Okay. Yeah, there's only one last opponent left, as far as you can see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm looking at athletics.
Oh shit! I was just going to say I have a 20, but yeah, 26 is beats a 20. Yeah, you grapple him and hold him fast. It's like he's strong, but your unnatural power is just.
So he's going to take 3 damage just from my spikes pressing into his body.
Okay.
And then I'm going to knock him down again. We'll use the prone.
All right.
Shove. So a 20.
Yeah, I had a 18, but no, you're just stronger.
Okay. He's going to grab onto him.
By the way,
knock him down.
Krister, you regenerate 5 health. Don't forget, as the necromantic energy that seeps from your wounds seeps back in and starts closing them.
Okay. And Torak's gonna just look at him, and once again, where is Korrga? And you just see like his eyes just burn red.
Okay. The guy's, what? You're looking for blood? You're looking for Bloodfist? He's not here.
I'm looking for the man who killed my son and me.
He looks at you like, what? He is somewhere in the copper woods. We're hunting him. Ourselves. The Count sent us here, sent me down here, himself, to kill the bandits and take out their leader Korrga.
It seems our dear Count is betraying everyone that used to work for him.
Yeah, you're now all 3 of you are now standing around this guy who's on the floor. He's still sort of clutching his greatsword, but Thorak, you're holding him so pinned against the stairs that he can't really use it. He's like trying to wiggle out a little bit, but
Torak's gonna say, "You wouldn't dare take my hunt from me, would you?"
What are you?
I am Torak. Titan Shield.
Well,
I used to work for the Count.
Torak,
until
Titan
he
Shield.
killed me.
You can see there's some sort of realization in his eyes, and he's like, "I've heard of you. You were a captain in the Sunblades, weren't you? What happened to you? You died against the Black Band."
No. The Black Band never happened. The Black Band was the Count. He came and he killed us.
What?
We have been sent back to seek vengeance.
That doesn't make any sense. You were the Count's own men.
As are you.
Well,
And Torak's gonna just like smash him in the face with his fist.
Okay, give me an attack.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a hit. He doesn't wear armor.
Yeah.
11 damage. Okay. Yeah, he's not looking good. You smash him in the face. He spits out blood and the 2 for 2, and a lot like you tear open part of his cheek with your spikes, and you can now see his like teeth shimmering through, and he spits blood. And you can see his ego and his fear fighting in his eyes, but then he drops his greatsword and he's, "Please, spare me. Do not kill me. I have done nothing to you. I do not know of the things you talk to. I've been sent here to kill the Bloodfist and his men.
Korrga is close. I can feel him.
Yes, he's hiding somewhere in the forest. We've been hunting him for 2 weeks.
He's here. I can feel him. Because that's where, like, he's with that omnipresent thing, right?
Well, you're not quite sure what their area is. It could be like a couple 100 yards. It could be like a couple miles.
Oh, okay.
It's definitely close by. But what close by means, you're not 100% sure. Because you, as I said, you're not familiar with these things quite yet.
Okay. Where have you seen him? Tell us.
I haven't seen him at all. We caught a couple of his men. But 6 or so. We hung them from the trees at the edge of the forest. But he still has a couple left. I sent a couple of my men in the forest to look for them, but they haven't returned yet.
They probably won't.
I don't know about that. They're good woodsmen. Well, the ones that you haven't killed anyway. You spit some more blood. Please. I can tell you whatever you want to know, but spare me.
And Kirster will walk over to Torak and put a hand on his shoulder, be like,
And Torak has now come out of his rage.
Yeah.
I don't know if we should spare him. The people talking about us won't help.
Torak's gonna consider it for a minute, and he's gonna look at him, and he's gonna be like, I asked the Count to spare my son, and my son is dead. And he's just gonna pummel this guy to death.
Okay, yeah, you just jump him, grab his head, bash him against the stairs, again and again and again and again, and then once his skull is broken and shattered, you just release him, and he slumps back.
To the woods, my friends.
It seems like it is time to go hunting. And Kirster will walk down the stairs without giving anything another look. He will, just a quick mechanical question. Armor and casting, how does that work in D&D?
As long as you have armor that you're proficient with, which Warlock is proficient with light armor, so you can, if you want, say, for instance, take one of the studded leather armors that these people have, put it on, it would not prevent you from casting, and your armor class would go up by 2.
Okay, excellent. I'll do that.
Okay.
Because my armor isn't that great.
Well, you don't have any armor at the moment, but yeah.
Exactly.
Yep, okay. So your armor class is 14 now.
And Ishmael just, he collects his one dagger from the body. And I'm sure there's a bunch on all these people, but he just wants his one dagger back.
Yep. Yeah, there's a bunch of daggers, a bunch of short swords, crossbows.
Are there any hand axes?
No, actually. Those guys have only had short swords, daggers, and crossbows as weapons.
Yeah, Ishmael will just take he already got it, but the one case of crossbow bolts, so he has 18 left.
Okay. Yeah, you can fill it up to 20 if you want. There's plenty of crossbow bolts around. And as you're looking around, Ishmael, looking for crossbow bolts, you do spot a small leather package on the table. You open it up, and you can see there is a full set of thieves' tools there.
Excellent. Okay, fellows, doors will be no foe now that will turn us away. You'll roll it up and slip it away in his dark robes.
All right, excellent.
I guess it's time to go into the woods. And I do have to admit that Kirster feels a little bit guilty for murdering probably, 7 or 8 town guards that didn't really attack him, but hey, they work for the Count.
So, yes, 8 people. With the knight, 8 people. Yeah, you will have a quick 3-minute break, so everyone can grab some water and go to the bathroom and such, and then we will continue. Maybe we'll find the real opponents eventually.
There's only 492 people left in the town.
Yeah, Pretty much.
As Alex quickly redoes the stats for Korrga, I'll add like 4 levels to him.
He has plenty of levels.
We'll see. Let's get ready.
Ready whenever you are, guys. I'm just waiting for everyone to be up.
Krister walks into the woods alone, singing Little Red Riding Hood.
Okay.
Oh, evil wolfman! I will shapeshift into a small girl.
You have, by the way, Krister, you have regenerated up to half your health.
Okay. Oh, wicked.
Because you keep regenerating 5 health every turn until you're above half, basically.
So 19.
So you're 1 point above half.
Oh, yeah, like that. Yeah, okay, get it. Yeah.
Basically.
Fair enough.
Okay. Yeah, you're dishing out quite a decent amount of damage especially for just 3 people.
Well, that's mostly Thorak. I mean, I did 2 damage in the entire...
Yeah, that's true enough. Well, yeah, you're right. But Ishmael had a couple of decent sneak attacks as well. I shouldn't be too surprised, I guess.
Yeah, especially the first one, like the dagger to the face. Like the guy walks out.
Natural 20 with a sneak attack is just evil. That's just evil.
Crits are just evil with sneak attack.
Yeah. All right. So
let me roll my 17d6 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so I'm assuming the only one who was below his half health was Krister, right? Because Ishmael was hurt only a little bit, and Thorak, you have a ton of hit health.
Yeah, I have 52 hit points left.
Yeah, that.
Can we still use hit dice to regenerate as well?
Yep. Yeah, if you want to, certainly. But you have to have a short rest for that, basically. Like not like other. As you're basically just keeping still while your necromantic energy is fixing the damage. It's not really like natural regeneration as such, but still, it works rule-wise. It works in a very similar way. Okay, that didn't go
Is
too
it
well.
your hit dice plus con modifier?
Yes, every hit die you add your con modifier. So if you
Fair
have like
enough.
+2 or something, you would
Yeah,
now.
so 10.
Yeah, so 10 health.
Yeah. Wicked.
Okay. So you want to have a short rest in this house?
I guess we leave town. We can use your digging cantrip thing.
Yeah, that's without problem. It was, I mean, there was shouting and screaming inside this house, but it's still raining outside, so the rain basically, didn't allow anyone to really hear what's going on inside the house.
Fair enough. Oh, and when we leave, I will invigorate the lantern outside.
Okay.
So from outside, looking at the building, there's nothing going on.
Okay. For sure.
And I guess we'll take a short rest after we've gotten out of the town.
And
Okay.
actually,
Before we enter the forest.
I believe you missed with the one attack on Ishmael, so he was uninjured. He can sort of take watch during this short rest.
Okay.
And,
Okay, so you leave the town, and as soon as you're like covered in the cover of darkness again, you just wait, standing in the rain.
Yeah, stoic, just
Yeah.
raindrops falling on us, we don't care.
Yeah, the greenish smoke of the necromantic energy starts curling up around you and then curling back into your body through your runes, knitting them together. The flesh itself just closes up as if you were just made of clay, and an invisible hand was fixing the rips and tears in your body.
Excellent. And the added benefit is that I can use my Fey scare ability again now.
That is true.
Because I need to take short rest to regenerate that as well.
Yep, and also your spell is also back, because warlocks regenerate spell slots with short rests.
Oh wow, I did not know that. That's
the
a
cool.
very
That's
good
the
thing
cool
to
thing.
know.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about warlocks. Warlocks are the only casters in D&D that regenerate their spells on a short rest.
Wow, okay. I could have used a lot more magic then. I was thinking I only had like 2 spells a day.
You could have used one more. So
Yeah,
it's not,
but if that would have been another armor spell, that would have been 30 more damage.
That's true enough. That's true enough. I'm just saying, just so you know. Okay, so
Okay, let's go into the woods.
it is now about 5:30 in the morning after you finish your long rest, short rest. So you have a good hour and a half left.
Let's just run into the woods and see if we can find any sign of maybe a campfire or something like that. Like they probably have a hideout here somewhere, and with this kind of weather, you probably need a fire just to stay warm.
No doubt they took those of the that knight's men when they came in, and we should be able to find their trail or wherever they ran
That's a
into.
good one. Maybe we can find the tracks of the patrol that went out looking for them.
Yeah, the only problem with that is
It's raining.
The rain.
Well, that means that there's tracks in the mud.
It's really raining.
as you head towards the forest edge, you can see with your dark vision from the closest trees to the village, there's half a dozen unmoving figures dangling with ropes around their necks tied to branches, to the higher branches. They're just dangling in the rain.
I take note of the visual appearance of those guys, and I will disguise self as one of the people hanging in the trees.
Give me a perception check to see how well you actually managed to do that.
Or I can just walk up and look at
Because their features are sort of bloated already. They've been here for a few days, and yeah.
Fair enough.
With the rain and everything.
Let's check perception. So 17.
Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, you take a minute, look up at one specific one, and funnily enough, you actually recognize the guy.
Good.
You're not 100% sure what his name was. Something with S, maybe Sebastian or Simon or something like that. But he was once one of your comrades. one of the foot soldiers in your mercenary order in the Sunblades.
Well, in that case, I will open my book and look up the charter, as I wrote down everyone's name, and I'll see what names I have with an S.
Well, you would have maybe about a dozen names or so with an S.
Okay. Well, at least I have some. At least if they call me something, I know if it will be viable.
Give me an intelligence check.
Sure.
As you think about his name. Maybe you can remember it.
Check. So that's just a flat
Just
+2.
just a flat +2, yeah.
Oh, 21.
His name was Simon.
Simon. Hello, Simon says. And I turn around and you guys probably have the same epiphany of, hey, this guy looks very familiar.
Yes. Yeah, you do. You do also. You haven't known him very well. He was just a foot soldier, one of about 400 or 500 in your whole company. But yeah, because you were like the assistant to a quartermaster and all that sort of stuff, you have known the guys in the company a bit better than the other two. You guys have only known like the 20 or so men that were under your direct command very well. Or everyone else was like, yeah, you might recognize their faces, but you wouldn't know much else about them.
I guess now at least I can walk around in front, and at least if I encounter them first, they won't be as suspicious, perhaps.
Maybe not.
I can walk in and get into a advantageous position.
Okay. So you're still standing at the edge of the forest. What do you want to do?
I guess we walk in. I'll walk up front then, and Ishmael can flank me a little bit, being stealthy, and Tora can just come up the back, as he's quite fast, so he can close the distance if he needs to, I guess.
All right. So Torak, you hang back a little bit.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, what we can also do, Torak, is you can also act like one of the city guard and that you've captured me or something. If you want.
I think I'm pretty unmistakable. I've got giant spikes sticking out of my skin.
Yeah, just sure.
Would be a weird city guard.
Yeah.
No.
Well, at least he is a city guard. The other ones are quite ineffectual at the moment, I've been told. I guess we just walk in that battle order into the woods and just I'll try and fix up some kind of lantern or torch.
You don't really have anything, I'm afraid.
I'll just ransack some of the stuff from the bodies. I can.
Well, that's all soaking wet because they've been hanging in the rain. So not sure unless you have some sort of spell.
Trickery.
We don't need a torch though.
Well, Simon seems like he's human, so he probably can't see in the dark.
Yeah, he was human, yeah.
So it would be weird if I'm all of a sudden looking around without any issue. Just checking out the wording of prestidigitation.
Actually, about 70% or so of your company were humans. Then there was maybe 20% dwarves, and the rest were like half-orcs and half-elves. Gnomes and halflings were not in your company. Your captain was never too keen on them.
Fair enough. We all know he was a heightist.
Yeah, he was.
I've looked at prestidigitation. I can also clean stuff, so I'll just take some fabric and just dry it out with prestidigitation.
Yeah, but how will you make it burn?
With my control fire.
Can you create fire with that as well?
I believe I can with prestidigitation as well.
Prestidigitation lets you light fires.
Oh, okay.
It gives a small spark, and then with control fire I can make it bigger.
Yeah, the problem is though, the torch would like go out within a few minutes. So even if you create some sort of makeshift torch, it is raining heavily. So you need some sort of lantern or something.
Yeah, Ishmael he'll hold out a bolt and say, wrap it around this, and if someone comes upon you, say it's too damn wet to light a torch.
Ah, that seems fair enough. We'll do that, and that also gives me an excuse to rumble around the forest very loudly. Because apparently I'm not seeing where I'm going.
Okay.
So I will make active use of looking helpless in the sense that I'll make a lot of noise and
Okay.
trying to find my way back.
Unless you're like shouting, no one will hear much noise because of the rain. The rain swallows most of the sound.
Okay, fair enough. So let's go into the woods then.
Okay. So what direction do you want to head?
Good question. What direction were the corpses looking?
No specific. They were like dangling and turning all the time.
At which can you ping on the map where roughly it was?
Well, here, basically where you are. See little
Okay.
arrow, so you're like entering the forest like this right now.
Would it happen to look just plainly like, oh, if somebody was walking through here, that's the way they'd go? Like,
I guess we'll just...
This part of the forest is fairly well traveled, so you can see a lot of the people from the town have obviously used this forest for firewood and all kinds of stuff. So until you get deeper within the forest, there's plenty of small paths that you can take, basically.
I guess we'll just
wander. I mean, eventually they're going to come up and talk to us or try to rob us if they're bandits.
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking too. I guess we should just, go towards the nearest hilled area, because I'm suspecting they're probably hiding out in a cave or something, especially with this kind of weather.
Okay.
So I guess we just go southeast out of the village.
Yep. Straight for the closest hills.
Yes, for those the cluster of 3 hills.
Okay. Yeah, you walk through a forest, you push deep into it, you walk for about an hour or so, leave the more well-traveled part of the forest behind without seeing any signs of recent passage. Everything's wet, there's puddles of water, there's mud under your feet with every footstep. There's a few small piles of firewood here and there, like covered with some sort of litter or something that people from the town have left behind. And that's pretty much it. Once you come by the remains of like a small hut, so someone has been living here, but that was ages ago from the looks of it. There's moss on the walls of the hut, and a part of the roof has collapsed. When you look, you can see just a few moldy remains of furniture. Yeah, you're not sure. You walk for a good hour and a half, 2 hours, and you are now quite close to the closest hill, but the sun is rising at the same time. And as on cue with the sunrise, the rain suddenly stops. And it seems like the clouds are starting to break open as the sun is rising and basically tearing them apart above your heads. And you, as the sun rises, you again feel this weariness coming over you, this heavy, slow, sluggish movement. You realize you could probably push on another hour or 2, but you'll have to rest soon.
How long has it been since we passed the dilapidated shack?
About half an hour or so.
That's too long to walk all the way back. I guess we'll find some shrubbery, like some dense vegetation, and just lie down flat on the floor, as cold and wet doesn't really bother us anyway.
It is it's late autumn, so most of the leaves on the bushes and shrubs are not there anymore. But I guess you could cover yourself in leaves or something. There's areas of the forest where there's large like layers and layers of leaves from multiple years probably.
Tactic. Basically dive into a pile of leaves.
Yeah, and because you don't need to breathe, you can cover yourself completely if you want to.
Yeah. And also we don't see any chest movement, so that helps.
Yeah, exactly. You can just lie there like the dead without moving.
Excellent.
Okay, so is that what you want to do, everyone?
Yeah. That's what Kirster is doing. You see me taking a small run, and then there's this explosion of leaves everywhere.
Yeah.
Ishmael will do a very similar thing. He'll try to hide himself in the underbrush. or these fallen autumn leaves, and
Okay.
get some rest because he feels slumber's call.
Okay.
Torak's gonna use his mold earth cantrip and push away a large section of earth,
Yeah, you can literally bury yourself.
lie down in it, and just bury himself.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you could tell me no. I'd love to do this though. I don't know. I don't have rope. I was gonna say hangs himself from a branch because he doesn't need to breathe, but
You
I don't
can
have
hang
rope.
yourself with your shirt or something if you want to. I mean, that would be a great distraction.
He's not wearing a shirt. He's wearing
Yeah.
armor made of smoke.
But
I'll
I
stay
am.
in the brush. I'll stay
I'm
in
still
there.
wearing my what is it, burial gown. We can just hang.
Yeah,
you from
but that's just like tattered remains. That would snap immediately. That wouldn't be able to hold someone up.
We can hang me in the wind next time.
Yeah.
Quickly,
You have a
God
rope.
damn it!
Well, you can go back and get one of the ropes from the guys that hang up there.
Yeah, that's like hours.
Yeah, well,
Justin, just quickly write rope on your character sheet.
Yeah, that's right. 50 feet of rope. Adventurous pack.
Yeah.
All right. You rest for about 4 hours.
We're still aware of our surroundings, right? When we
Yes.
rest
Well,
as
I mean,
revenants.
covered with leaves and all that stuff. You're not quite as aware as you might be
All can still
otherwise.
listen for stuff.
But yeah, you're not asleep as such. You're full. Like your mind is fully awake. It's just your body that needs rest as the necromantic energies are pulsing within you and knitting your muscles back together that have started coming loose again because you are dead. You're rotting. Your muscles aren't. There's no blood in your muscles and all that sort of stuff. So it's slowly falling apart, basically. So if you push yourself on and on, you might literally fall apart. But so far, there has been no need for that. You spend a few hours resting, and then as
Do we also regenerate the last hit points we still lost?
yes,
Okay,
this basically counts as a long rest for you.
fair enough.
And then around noon or so, you push yourself back up again, and you can now see all around you the late autumn wintry woods. There's a slight breeze in the trees, and there is water dripping down everywhere. But other than that, it is quiet. And the sun above you there's just a few clouds left. Most of the cloud cover has dispersed within the last few hours. Sun is shining now they're down quite strongly for such a late day that's so late in the year.
I guess this is also an advantage for us because it's harder for them to hide while
Very
the
much
leaves
so.
are losing their foliage.
Yes, there is far less hiding places now than in this would be having in summer.
Excellent. I guess we just keep walking around and try and look around and pick spots to investigate that look like they might be able to hide a group of people.
Okay, give me a investigation check, all of you,
Oh, cool.
as you're looking through the forests
Investigation.
and heading up one of the hills, basically now.
23.
Oh, nice. 0. Okay, so Torak, you're basically just busy running into trees and brushes and breaking them in your path. Ishmael, you're looking around, but everything's muddy and wet. There's not much to be seen. Krister, you actually, looking around, spot a small, basically like a small crevasse, like a small indentation in the ground. And looking over into it, you see what looks like to be dry ground, which surprises you because this ground shouldn't be dry. And there is the remains of a small campfire there. Looking at it, it seems to be only maybe half a day old or so.
So while my companions are basically, Torak is doing some trimming of trees apparently,
Yeah.
and growing an extra layer of bark on his spikes.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Ishmael is enjoying the scenery. You see Christelle all of a sudden point out, hey, this looks like someone's been here, and I'll walk over to the fire and totally MacGyver the fire, basically hold my hand on it and look to the sky and totally do some weird calculation in my head.
Yeah, you're like
It's like that's about.
Yeah, you figure that someone must have covered this crevasse maybe with some sort of leather or some sort of water protection. Otherwise, this fire there would be no way for this fire to be burning in the middle of the night with all the heavy rain coming down. So you think that this little hole, this little crevasse, must have been covered with something during the night.
We look around. Do we see any signs of track?
You can give me survival checks if you want to investigate the surrounding area to see if you can find tracks.
Try and find some tracks.
Yeah. Torek knows.
No, it's not with advantage.
It's a 12.
12.
Yeah. No tracks to be seen.
So basically, all the tree pruning of Torek has made all track finding capabilities impossible.
Looks like it.
It's like a bull in a china shop with you, isn't it? And I walk around getting frustrated because I had the feeling we were super close and then we lost it again.
Looks like it.
Torak would like to, I don't know, I just want to try and sit down and focus on this revenant tracking thing and see if I can figure it out a little more.
Okay.
So spend some time and just, like try and hone in on it, like just, I don't know what kind of a check I would need to make, but...
How much time do you want to spend on that?
I don't know, probably like at least like an hour.
Okay. The rest of you is watching, or what would you like to do while Thorek is just sitting there and staring off into nothing or closing his eyes?
I assume I would tell them what I'm going to do. Like, we should be able to do this. We should be able to figure out where he is.
I think
I'll sit next to him, hold his hand, and let's do this together and see if it helps if we focus.
And Ishmael will just skulk around and because we're still at the camp, I think, or the former camp.
Yeah,
He's got to keep looking around in the ground and in the bushes all around and sort of just keep his wits about him while they're focusing.
Okay. Okay, so you concentrate, and at first there is nothing. There's always this omnipresent sense of presence, basically. But as you're focusing on it more and more, you can feel the presence shifting slightly, and it seems that it is slightly stronger somewhere to your left.
And as that kind of presence sort of focuses in on, on that general direction, I'm just going to kind of pop my eyes open and look in that direction and just be like, we need to go that way.
Now you can see, as you point to that direction, you can see the tip of a hill, maybe about half an hour or an hour's walk away from you, peeking out in between the trees. You were pretty much pointing straight at it.
Okay.
That seems like a good point to focus on.
Keep walking that direction.
All right.
I guess we'll do the same battle order in that I'll be up front, Ishmael a bit off to the side, and Thorak a little bit to the back.
You're taking Simon's face?
Yep.
Okay.
I've been keeping that up the entire time.
Okay, so I'm assuming that Ishmael wants to stealth, and Krista, you don't want to stealth.
Nope, I'm the exact opposite of stealth.
Excellent.
If I can make some accidental noises, bumping against a tree with my studded leathers and stuff like that, I will...
Yeah, you're trying to be basically clumsy, so to speak.
Yeah.
So that's a 12, but I don't have the rain helping me no more.
Okay. Yeah, looks like it. And how far, Torak, how far do you want to, how far back do you want to be?
Oh,
What's your speed?
not very far, like maybe like 20 feet,
How far can you move? What's your speed?
35.
So you could be at least 35 behind me.
Well, I could be 35 behind you if somebody is directly beside you when they attack you. If they're in front of you, then
You can still dash and engage them.
if they're off in the woods at ranged, I don't see why we can't just walk together.
Because I'm Simon. I want to see if we can trick him somehow.
Do you want me to just be farther back so that they don't see me?
If you just be within like 35 foot.
That's not going to do much. That's not going to do much.
They're still going to see me like right away.
Yeah.
Then just be 70 feet back so you can dash next to me if you need.
Yeah, that's better. 70 feet should make a difference at least.
Okay.
That shouldn't be hard to follow because I'm making efforts to be
70
noticeable.
feet.
Well, you can just follow your foot tracks. I mean, you're leaving now that the rain has stopped. There's now no water that just makes your footprints disappear behind you. So you're leaving a trail, quite clear trail.
And I'll break off branches clumsily if I slip and stuff like that.
Okay.
And off to my right, I hear Ishmael cursing because he hit his head on a branch or something. All of a sudden, like ah.
Oh, he actually still has an 11, so it's not that bad. I mean, it's not great, but it's not like he stumbles and falls and screams out. Okay.
His worst day is still like half again as good as my best day.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay, so Ishmael and Krister, give me perception checks as you're approaching this hill after about a 45-minute walk or so.
Perception. 19.
Okay.
That's +7, sorry.
Also
So
19.
19.
Okay. So you approach this hill and you look around and you do spot here and there, even though they're faint, there are tracks, mostly fresh tracks. They're not like a single pair of tracks that you can follow, but there's definitely been some movement in this area. You're pretty sure it wasn't animals.
Okay. I point over to Ishmael and.
Yeah, you're now standing at the foot of the hills. The hill goes up maybe about so like a diagonal incline, about maybe 200 feet or so. So it's not a massive hill, but it's enough to like rise above the forest. And the hill itself, there's not as many trees. It looks like a landslide took a part of the hill away. So there was like one side of the hill is just completely empty of trees. And on the rest of the hill, there's like a few trees and a few bushes here and there, but it's far less foliage than in the forest itself.
I'll just walk up the hill and see if I can see anything.
Okay.
Seems like a good vantage point.
As you do so, you can hear a voice calling out, "Halt!" And you're not quite sure where the voice is coming from at first, but then the voice goes, "Simon, is that you?" And you look up and you can see to your right, up in a tree, camouflaged with like, this is basically some sort of like a nest that someone made, like bound together some branches and such to form like a barrier. And you can see a guy with a longbow sitting there, dressed in leather armor, looking at you, like blonde, dirty blondish hair, unshaven, human though. You don't recognize him. You don't think he's one of your former comrades. But he has an arrow notched, but it's not like drawn, and he's like looking down at you. I thought they got you and killed you.
You have to get me to Korrga fast. We have critical information.
Give me a deception check.
Sure.
You would get disadvantage, but you also get advantage, so it cancels each other out.
Haha. Deception. 11.
Okay.
not great, but
Yeah, the guy's slightly suspicious, but he sort of starts climbing down the tree. Give me another stealth check, Ishmael.
Uh-oh.
So 15.
Okay. The guy jumps down, and in that moment, Ishmael, as you're stepping forward, you step on a branch. It makes, and the guy looks up and looks straight at you, and he's like, "What the?" And he puts an arrow instantly up and shoots, like takes a shot at you, instant longbow shot.
What? So he falls from the tree now because he's not holding himself.
No, he dropped down on the ground, and in that moment, as he hit the ground, he saw him basically. That is a 13. So you duck. The arrow flies past you, hits a tree behind you, and we are in initiative. Ishmael, you're up.
And I sling the crossbow off my shoulder, and I return the favor.
Okay.
So, and it's +7, so 17 to hit.
That is a hit. Oh yeah.
All right. And
No
it's just
sneak attack this
1d6.
time? Yep.
So that is
1d8. It's a light crossbow. That deals 1d8 damage.
okay. So I rolled a 6, so 9 damage as this bolt slams into him.
Okay, not bad. Yeah, the bolt slams into his arm, skitters off, but leaves behind a gash that bleeds. Ah! And it's not his turn. Krister, you're up.
You see, so he's basically looking at Ishmael, right?
He's still about 45, 50 feet away from you.
Yeah, that's fine. I will look at him and be like, Simon says sorry. And then 2 bolts of eldritch energy leap out at him.
Okay.
Let me see. There we go.
Yeah, that is a hit.
That's the first one.
And yeah, you can just take both of them.
And the second one misses.
Okay. The first one will deal 8 damage and will hit him straight in the face and just melt half of his face off. And he just and falls and he's dead.
Wow. He did not have a lot of hit points. I guess I walk over and pat him down to see if he has anything on him besides the longbow. Yeah,
he has a longbow, a quiver of arrows, he has a short sword, he has 2 daggers, and he has about 5 gold on him.
I pocket the gold and the 2 daggers, just to have a little bit of weaponry on me.
Okay, yep, write down 2 daggers, and so dagger is a finesse weapon, you can use your dexterity to attack, it deals
exactly.
1d4 damage.
At least I can do a little bit of something.
Yep.
1d4, right?
Yes, 1d4 plus your dexterity modifier, so it's probably +3 or +2? I don't know.
+2.
Yeah, so 1d4 plus
It's better than -1.
And it should be a +5 to attack.
Yep.
Go ahead, Justin.
And when Krister's done searching the body, Ishmael will just drag it off and cover it with some leaves.
Okay.
Not too far off, just real quickly.
All right.
The short sword, is that also a finesse-able weapon?
Short sword is also a finesse weapon, yes. You can take.
That's 1d6, right?
You're not proficient with a short sword, though. So
Isn't that a simple weapon?
No, short sword is a martial weapon. You could still take it, but you would only get a +2 to attack with it.
Yeah, I'll just leave it then. It's fine.
Okay.
And then I'll climb up into his hunter hole.
Okay.
And see if I can, from that vantage point, see any other positions. Or maybe there's some notes or whatever.
Give me a perception check.
Yes.
'21, nice. You see a trail through the bushes leading down the hill, sort of curling around.
Okay.
Pretty fairly fresh footprints. So that's probably the trail he took when he got up here. The footprints are only about maybe an hour or 2 old. And you could also see a second set of footprints going in the other direction. But the other footprints look a bit different, so it's probably not from the same guy.
Yeah, maybe he relieved someone from his guard post.
Most likely, yeah. That's what you figure.
Excellent. Okay. I'll point out the trail to my fellow compatriots and let's...
Also, by the way, when you climb up there, you can see in the nest there is a hunting horn hanging from the tree.
Oh, I'm taking that, definitely.
Okay.
And when you get back down to ground level from the hunter's hole up in the tree, Ishmael will say, perhaps Simon is going to meet a bunch of his old friends now.
I think so, yes.
And then he'll slink off about 15 feet off, flanking you as he was before, 15 or 20 or so.
I'll also take the longbow and the arrow with quivers. I'm not good with it, but I'll just take it so I look more convincing.
Okay. And Torak, that's actually when you come up. You're like, what's going on? Oh, there's. Where did you get the longbow? And what was that shouting in the distance that I heard?
And I'll point over to the guy with a half molten face next to a tree.
Yeah, he's actually covered in leaves, so you can't see him anymore.
Oh, excellent.
I'll mention I just covered him up there.
Yeah, good.
That's a nice pile of leaves.
Thank you. It's very artistic. And I point out the trail, and I'm pretty sure we're close. So get ready. Get your weapons out.
Torak's going to brush across the pile of leaves and take a look at the guy. And then he's just going to be like, I could do better. And he's going to use mold earth to create a pit, push the body in, cover it up.
Okay, the earth swallows it.
Show off.
And then of course, Ishmael will blow leaves over the new hole.
And of course, because guests were showing off now, I shapeshift into both of you, right one after the other, and go like, still better looking. And then I go back to Simon and I walk off.
Okay. A little bit of humor amongst the undead.
And I'll walk down the trail. I'll point to Torak and say it might be prudent to be a little bit closer now. Maybe you can be the captive.
Alright. So Torak would walk off down the trail following the footprints then.
Okay, so you're going first?
Yeah, I'll be like right behind him in a position like I've caught this guy.
Who's still carrying an axe.
Torak.
No, but I'll take away his weapon.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Korrga doesn't look like a normal guy.
It doesn't matter. He's
obviously something is very wrong with him. Very wrong.
That's fine.
Okay,
I still got it.
I'm just saying.
So basically, what happens? I'll ask you to hold your hand behind your back. I'll take your weapon, but make sure that basically I'm holding your weapon out, and I can give it to you if we need to.
Okay.
So I'm not restraining you physically, but we'll just make it look like you are.
Alright.
And we'll just walk down the trail like this. And as he's unnaturally unstealthy, I guess we're gonna get noticed quite soon.
And I'm assuming, Ishmael, you want to stealth again? Okay. So
and basically we're trying to make sure that Ishmael has the best possible conditions of stealthing.
That is incredible. And that's a 2 plus 10, so 12.
Can we give him advantage by being like super loud or something? We're trying to make sure that we are being noticed and he isn't.
I guess so. Yeah, that's good enough. The two of you like rumbling forward and just stomping around and such, drawing the gaze. Yeah, that would give him advantage. Yeah.
Here comes a 3. No.
Oh!
Yeah, a 3 with a 0, so a 30.
Nice.
Okay, so you disappear. Even they don't know where you are anymore. You're just a ghost flittering through the forest.
So I whisper in Torak's ear like, did he leave us again? He always does this. And we just keep on walking and we're like, damn it.
Okay. So you continue down the trail. The trail curls around the hill, and then you can see in between where two hills sort of meet each other, there is what looks like to be the entrance of a crevasse that leads in between the hills, and that's where the trail goes inside. And give me both perception checks.
We're going deeper underground.
Oh, shit.
An 11.
Replace that.
Okay. Krister, you notice a guy, a pretty muscular looking guy dressed in leather armor, that's sort of leaning against a tree. He's more or less hidden, not super well hidden, but he's sort of leaning against a tree, standing there, and just keeping an eye on the entrance to that crevasse. You recognize the guy. You're not quite sure what his name is, but he's definitely one of your former comrades, one of the former members of the mercenary company of the Sunblades.
I just walk up openly and I look straight at him and go like, "Well, look who's back!" And I even brought a captive.
He jumps up basically and pulls out a hand axe and then looks at you and he's like, "Simon, what? You're dead." And he sees Torak and he's like, "What the fuck is that?"
Well, this was the thing that tried to capture me, and I was like, well, let's return the favor.
And he looks at Torak, and you can see his eyes going wide. What? That Torak Titan Shield? What? You're dead. And he goes completely white in the face.
Excellent.
And
At that point,
he turns around and starts running.
Yeah, Torak's gonna look up at him and be like, "Not as dead as you are," and start chasing after him.
Okay.
And as he starts to run, I'll try and use the frostbite to slow him down. I know it doesn't do that, but that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, fair enough. That will be a 15. So that's what's it DC? 16. So that's a fail actually.
Yeah. So I will forgo the damage. Basically, what I'm trying to do is just I point it at his legs just to make him sluggish.
Yeah. He's like and he slides across a suddenly frozen puddle, nearly falls. So give me an athletics check, Torak, as you're breaking through the brush trying to get to the guy. I'll give him disadvantage on the check.
Okay. 27.
Really? 27.
He critted.
Yeah, okay, yeah, he has a 7. So,
so you grapple him 4 times over. Excellent.
You break through the brush, and you grapple the guy, you tackle him to the ground, and just as as you tackle him, he screams out, "Alarm! We're under attack!" And then you push his face into the mud, basically. Okay, that will be, we are in initiative now. So, Ishmael, you're up first.
So this guy, he's still struggling as his face is being mashed in the dirt.
He's still alive. He's unhurt. He's just grappled at the moment.
I'll try and hit him.
3 damage from grapple.
With a crossbow?
Yeah, with the crossbow.
All right.
And you said with advantage?
In this case, no, because you're not close enough. So actually, you even have disadvantage.
Okay, so let's see if I hit my friend.
No, the crossbow just hits the ground a fair bit to the left of this struggling group of people.
Can I bonus action, cunning action, hide?
Yep, certainly.
Dart back into a bush or behind a tree.
Yeah, there is plenty of cover.
That's Ishmael.
5. Yeah, you are hidden again. Krister, you're up.
I'll walk up next to him and basically put my hands on his head and just channel 2 Eldritch Bolts like straight in his brain.
Well, you can't quite do that because he's not unmoving. Like he's still struggling, so you can like shoot him point blank. But
that's basically what I'm doing, like straight in the face.
Okay.
So both of them will be on him.
Yep. Yeah, the purple energy streaks out of your hands. Purple energy of the Harlequin.
Let's check. Yeah. So the first one would be 16, dealing 3 force damage.
That is a hit.
And the second one would be 24, dealing 9 force damage.
Okay.
And his face begins to melt.
Yeah, he's like, ah! Okay, you can now hear a bellowing voice from inside the crevasse. To arms! and you realize this is Korrga's voice, shouting out. Torak, you're up.
Torak can hear Korrga.
Yeah. You hear his voice coming from the crevasse, somewhere deeper within, maybe some sort of cave or something.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm gonna get up and just start running.
Okay, so you
Kill
just
this guy first.
So you release the guy. He will
Yeah.
actually, with his hand axe, he will cut at you as you run past him. But I'll give him disadvantage on this one. Nonetheless, that is a hit. He managed to cut one of your legs as you run past. And that will deal, well, for you, half is one. Oh, no, you're not raging yet. So, 3 points of slashing damage. Yeah, and you run down into the crevasse. You can see the crevasse goes for about maybe 20 feet or so. That opens up in a cave mouth. And you can see light from within and movement. So you reach basically the cave mouth. Because you have to get up from this guy. So you can't quite move that far, but you get to the cave mouth, weapon out. Do you want to rage or something like that? You still have your bonus action, technically.
Yeah, I'll use my bonus action to rage, because next round I'm just going to be running in and hitting them.
Alright.
Okay.
Okay, now, from the cave mouth, you can see two a man and a woman, both dressed in leather armor, appearing in the cave mouth, seeing you. Both have longbows in their hands, and they both shoot at you and then back away into the cave mouth again. Wide-eyed, and they shout something about, it's a monster! It's a monster! They both shoot at you. The first one streaks over your shoulder, hits the wall behind you. Second one also, just it stuck into the mud in between your legs, basically, and in between your feet. They both miss. And we are up to now. The next one, another figure appears in the cave mouth. It is a female half-orc, an older female half-orc. She looks at you, surprised, and then she snarls and drops down to all fours, and fur starts sprouting from her body as she grows up into this giant gray-furred wolf that snarls at you.
I snarl back.
Mangy druid.
That was her turn. Yeah, you can hear like people drawing weapons inside the cave and such. And Ishmael, you're up.
This
Oh,
guy.
sorry, no, the guy. No, sorry, the guy. I forgot him. Yeah, he will jump up and he will take a swipe attack against Krister with his hand axe. And that will be a 12, which is a miss, thanks to the new leather armor. So he hits you, but the armor may slide off, and the axe just goes past. Now, Ishmael, you're up.
So this guy just swung at Krister. Ishmael will use the crossbow to send a bolt to him.
Okay.
And awesome.
Very much a hit with a 19, yes. Roll damage with sneak attack. Oof.
I think it worked that time.
46, yeah. 46 plus 3, that is 16 damage. And he only had 9 hit points left. So, yeah, the crossbow bolt hits him in the chest, finds his heart. Ugh, he curls around it. Basically, drops his axe, grabs it with both hands, tries to pull it out, but his strength leaves him and he just falls to his knees and then face first into the mud. And he's dead.
And I suppose Ishmael will use a bonus action to get a little bit of movement towards Torak, but he's just looking for a bush or a tree again to hide behind again.
Okay. Another stealth check. Okay. Well, there's technically no one that can see you right now anyway.
Okay.
But still. Okay. Krister, you're up.
I'll walk up, how far am I from the mouth of the cave?
About from the mouth of the cave. So you're from the entrance to the crevasse. You're about 10 feet, and the crevasse itself is about 25 feet long. So you are about 35 feet from the cave mouth.
Okay, that'll be 5 feet after the cave mouth then, because I walk down 30
so you're
feet.
basically standing next to Torak.
Yes.
Okay.
What can I see besides the druid?
You
Because I
can
can
see.
look into the cave, right?
You cannot quite look into the cave. I mean, you can look, but the cave is like there's a tunnel that's sort of bent, but then there's a bend, so you can't quite see into the cave. You can just see this large snarling wolf. You don't know it's a druid because you haven't seen her transform. So basically, you can see this giant wolf just in a cave mouth snarling at you.
In that case, I will use frostbite on the wolf.
All right, and that is a natural 19, so she shakes it off.
But she looks cool.
Yep. Now, a massive figure appears behind the wolf in the cave mouth. A large half-orc, one tusk broken off, scars across his face, dressed in like a surprisingly well-made scale mail armor with some leather and fur on top of that, wielding a massive maul. And he stops for a moment and says, "Well, fuck me! Torak! Krister! I thought I killed you!" Oh, sorry.
I still look like Simon.
Yeah, you're right. Right. So he's just like, "Torak! I thought I had fucking killed you!"
You did. And now I'm here to return the favor.
Ah! And, yeah, he will look at you and say, "And come and get me!" And he will go into a rage. Ah! Start screaming, his muscles bulging. You see veins on his neck just pushing forward. And this red, nearly as as he was a revenant himself, there's this reddish tinge of madness in his eyes now, as the power of Grunge of his halforc ancestry just soars through his body. And that is his turn. Torak, you're up.
Okay. Torak is going to just drop his battle axe and just charge at this guy. Straight past the wolf.
Okay, the wolf will do attack opportunity against you. That will be a hit with a 17. So the wolf, and you will take 10 points of piercing damage as the wolf just bites you in the arm as you run past.
Okay. He's going to just shake it off.
5,
and then he's going to jump right on Korrga.
All right.
So, and I'm going to
try to grapple him.
Grapple with him.
All right.
And knock him down.
That's going to be interesting now.
So 25.
Shit.
Grapple.
Yeah, you managed to jump him, grab him.
17 for the shove to knock him prone.
He rolls a natural 20 on that one. So
okay, so
yeah, you grab him and he grabs you, and you sort of struggle with each other.
Okay, so he's going to take 3 points of damage from the grapple.
So 1
and
point.
Then I'm going to hit him with a bonus action to with my whatchamacallums.
Yeah, your spikes.
My spikes.
All right.
There they are. Okay, 4, 7 damage.
Okay, so that's 3 points of damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he just shrugs it off. Doesn't give a shit. Okay, that was Torak's turn. Now, the two archers appear in the back of the cave again. They see that their boss is being grappled, and they will both shoot past it at Krister, or I guess Simon. First one is a 14, so that is a hit. The second one is a 15, so two longbow arrows straight to the air hit Krister.
And when they do that, I'm like, why are you hitting me? I'm your friend.
All right.
No, I still look like Simon. They haven't seen anything to persuade them otherwise.
I'm Simon the Dead Man.
Yeah, exactly. They've seen Simon's dead body. That's what they've seen. And that was, so the first one is 6 damage, the second one is 3 damage.
So 9 total. Check.
Yep. That was their turn. Now, the direwolf will jump up at Torak, grab him basically, bite him, and try to push him to the ground. And you're like with his weight.
Athletics.
No, it's not. It's part of his attack. Direwolf with a special.
Okay, so it's saving
dropping
throw.
attack. No, it's
But
not.
then
Yes, but first he has to hit. Actually does not. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't get the advantage. No, no, he fails. So he jumps up, tries to bite you, but there's spikes everywhere, and he doesn't quite manage to find purchase.
Okay.
And that is his turn. And yeah, you can see now in the cave mouth there's several other people as well, but they can't there's not enough space to fit through because Korrga and Torak are blocking the cave mouth and the giant wolves. So there's not enough space for the other bandits or whatever they are in the back to push through. All right, that was their turn. Ishmael.
Ishmael will he'll move up. Can he get to a position where he can get a shot over Torak?
Yes.
So yeah, he'll let a bolt fly through the air.
You could shoot at the giant wolf, or you could shoot at Korrga.
He's going to go for that wolf. I think it'd be a little more bigger target right now.
All right.
And a critical.
Okay. So you wouldn't get a sneak attack.
He's engaged with melee with me.
Well, not really. You're grappling Korrga, so you're not really threatening it. Sneak attack works that the other, you're not in melee with him. You're just standing around. Oh, actually, you're right. You are in melee. Yeah, because you moved up to, you're next to Korrga. Yeah, you're right. Not to Korrga, to Torak. Yeah, you're right. You would be within 5 feet. Yep, fair enough. Yeah, you would get sneak attack. Yep.
Okay, so I'll roll 2d8 and then I'll roll the d6 after.
2d8 plus a bunch of d6.
Yeah, so
That's 10.
So 6d6.
Yep. And then you add another 4 to that.
Yeah.
36 hit points. Okay, the arrow, the crossbow bolt strikes into the wolf's neck. A lot of blood comes out, but the wolf is still there.
And Ishmael will he's going to kiss his crossbow and then start reloading it for the next turn.
All right. Okay, Krister.
You see Krister all of a sudden manifesting great arcane power. And you see this orb start to appear around both Korgoth, the wolf, and Torak. And what you see is the following. Let me find that for you guys. Because it's epic.
Are you casting Hunger of Hadar?
Yes.
Yeah, I knew it.
Hammer of Hadar?
No, Hunger of Hadar.
Oh, Hunger. Oh.
That's one of the most epic spells in the book. Okay, so now darkness pours around you, hitting the wolf, Torak, Korrga, and both archers, in fact, because they are close enough to be hit. Everything is completely black, biting cold, and that darkness is filled with whispering voices and weird tentacles starting to wrap around, milky, soft appendages starting to wrap around all the 5 creatures within that void.
Yes.
Okay.
So the guys starting their round will take 10 damage, and then if they stay in it, they take an additional 2d6 if they fail the reflex save.
Creature. Oh yeah, so it's instantly 10 damage. All right.
No, if at the start of their activation.
Yeah, right. But they can't roll against that. That's just 10 damage. Okay, so Korrga's turn. So he will take the 10 damage as he just blows out, and he will have to make a dexterity check. Actually, he will try to break the grapple.
Sure.
Okay.
So give me an athletics check. That is a...
24.
Why do you have advantage again? Is that just an ability that you have?
Because I'm raging.
Oh, yeah, of course he has advantage as well.
Yeah, he has the same thing. Yeah,
that's right. He's raging as well. That is a 21, so no, he does not manage to break the grapple, which means that he is still inside the
orb.
The blackness, which means that he will have to make a save with disadvantage. because he's grappled, and he fails to save, so he takes 2d6 acid damage. Okay, 3. That could have gone worse. Okay, yeah, as he just bellows, ah! Okay, that was Korrga's turn. Torak.
Lights out, motherfucker.
You now also take 10 cold damage.
Okay.
You can take it.
Because you don't halve it because it's cold damage.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and then I'm going to. I'm just going to start punching him.
Okay.
Punching him with my fist of the revenant.
Okay.
So.
Oh yeah, exactly. You have the fist of the revenant, of course. This is your
hit him,
target after all.
Hit him. And armor spikes. So now it's only a d6 of it is bludgeoning, and then 2d6 is necrotic, right?
Yes, you can only do it. Yeah, you did it twice. That's right.
Yeah.
So he halves. Okay, let me see. So you have a 4, so that's 6, 8, 10 damage on the first one, and it is 5, 7, 9 damage on the second one.
Okay, so we got 10 plus 5. No. Okay, so the first roll and then the strength and the rage are for the bludgeoning.
Oh yeah, that's all. Yeah, you're right. That's also bludgeoning. I forgot about that. So that's another 3. So basically, this is mine. So it is. So the first one is 13 points of damage, and the second one
10,
is
it
5,
should be 10
12.
minus. Yeah, so 13.
25. 25 points in total.
Okay. Alrighty, 25 points in total, and then I'll make a dexterity save.
Yep.
Yeah. 16.
And with disadvantage because you're basically grappled as well.
Yeah, but barbarians have advantage on dexterity saves.
Oh, that's right. I forgot for him. I have to reroll that.
We'll just take it as regular.
He would have actually succeeded, but that just means he has 3 health more.
Okay, so.
Yep. So.
Yeah. So 7.
Okay. Yeah.
So then I take another 3 damage.
No, you have to roll again. 2d6, Krister.
Okay. Don't roll high for me.
12 damage.
3. Nice.
Same. The tentacles are very soft and gentle. They don't deal much damage.
They start off soft.
Yep, they start off soft. That was Torak's turn. The 2 archers now both take 10 damage. And are trying to get out of that. Obviously, are getting the fuck out of the darkness. You can just hear them scream and basically run away back into the cave.
Wait, do they know where to go?
Well,
because it's completely dark. They have no sense of.
They're not gonna run forward where the evil undead creature is grappling their boss. So there's only one way they can go, obviously.
Fair enough.
Now we have the wolf will drop wolf form because the 10 damage is enough to hit him. Okay, and now you can see Krister and Ishmael, you both see a giant spider coming scuttling out of the darkness and jumping Krister.
Excellent.
And that is a 14, so that it does hit 1d8, so that you take 9 points of piercing damage, and then you would also take poison damage, but you're immune to poison, so fuck it. You can feel poison running through your veins, but it doesn't do anything because there's no blood to circulate it around.
Ah, excellent. That only makes me feel good.
Yeah, your cells are already dead, so. Okay, that was that. Yeah, that's the turn. Ishmael, you're up.
So Ishmael.
Sorry. Concentration check for Krister.
Oh, how does that work again?
So you roll a roll a d20 and add your Constitution modifier, which is I believe +1 or +2. I don't know. Yeah, +2 because you get +2 for the from the Revenant.
Let me check.
Yeah. So 1d20 plus whatever +2. And the darkness disappears, as you lose concentration on the hunger of Thar.
Oh, excellent. So now that Ishmael can see stuff, he's going to move up.
Yeah, you can see stuff now. You can see, you can see Korrga, and you can see the giant spider. You have no idea where that fucking giant spider came from, but there is a giant spider there. Their wolf's gone, however.
I haven't seen my own shifter friend turn into an animal yet, so I'm gonna take a shot at that spider.
Okay. They must have like a bag of animals or something somewhere.
So it's like 13. A zoo down there.
That is just barely a miss. The crossbow bolt flies past in between the spider's legs and hits the ground. The spider hisses at you with its mandibles. Okay, Krister, you're up.
I'll cast Hex on
on Korrga.
Yeah, on Korrga, and make him have disadvantage on athletics checks.
On strength.
So basically, he has it negates his barbarian bonus, so he just has flat roll.
Excellent. That is an action, so you have a bonus action. You want to do anything with that?
I don't think I have anything special I can do with that.
Okay, that's your turn then. Korrga now is just like, fuck it, you'll hold him. And can he attack you when he's grappled? Let me see that. He should be able to attack normally, right? He just can't move.
Yeah, I think it's either a disadvantage or something.
Let me see. The whole condition thing is a bit. It's speed, blah blah blah. Nope, it's just normal. So his speed is 0. His speed is 0, but he can do any attacks. It doesn't say it, basically. So he will raise his maul and sort of start pummeling you on the head with it while you're grappling him.
Yeah.
That's gotta look hilarious.
So he is going to attack recklessly because fuck it, and it's just brings it down twice. First attack will be a miss. Second attack will be a 18. That is a hit.
That's it.
So you take. You take 14 points of bludgeoning damage. So it's half is 7. And give me a strength saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, no. You take an additional 2 points of damage.
An additional 2 points of damage?
Yes, one.
Okay,
so that's already halved. So just the 2 straight damage, because he's using one of his Battlemaster abilities and adding his superiority die. So he's basically hitting you and then trying to push you away. He's just trying to push you off him.
Okay. So strength save.
15. That is a 3, 4. That's a fail. You are pushed back 15 feet backwards.
Okay.
And push away, and he will instantly just run after you, basically. So he will just push you away, and then just come after you, raise his maul raised, still raging, and trying. I mean, he doesn't have any attacks left or anything, but yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, Krister, you can do an attack of opportunity against Korrga because he's running past you. So first, what happens is Thorax stumbles backwards past you, and then Korrga runs backwards. Although you don't have any weapons out, but you can still make a Fist of the Revenant. Attack. So 1d20 plus your no chance. You hit him in the side, but you just hurt your own arm.
But I rolled so well for damage.
Well, that's too bad. Okay, that was your. So that was his turn. Torek, you're up.
Okay, Thorax going to.
Don't forget, in case you drop below half health, that you regenerate 5 health every turn. So tell me that happens.
1 health away from getting below half health.
Okay.
So, yeah. So we're gonna jump back. I'm gonna charge at him. He's right in my face. I'm gonna hit. I'm just gonna.
Okay, so you're standing right in front of him right now. He ran after you, so he came after you.
Okay, I'm just gonna start beating on him. Just start hitting him with my fist.
Battle axe. Oh, hit fist, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So we'll do 2 of those.
Yep.
And 1 with my spikes. So, and now time for some nice fun math.
You actually hit all of them. Why is he wearing armor?
I don't know.
Okay, so the armor spikes is 2, 4, 8. That's 4 damage.
Yeah, 4 damage.
Then we have
I'll do
4,
the second
6,
one.
8,
So
4. That's 8 damage. So that's 12 damage, and the first one is 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 4, 5, 9 damage. So that's 17 damage total.
Okay.
Yeah, he's starting to look hurt now. Fairly badly hurt, in fact. But he's still up. And he's just like, "Come out and kill them, you fools!" He screams back into the cave. That was Torak's turn. Now, the 2 archers hesitantly peek back out. See Krister and see Torak. One of them will take a shot at Torak. One of them will take a shot at Krister. Or Simon, I should say. Shot at Simon first. That is a 16, so that's a hit. You take 10 points of piercing damage as the arrow hits you straight in the chest, lodges itself in between your ribs. And the shot at Torak, that will be a hit as well. And you take also 10 points of piercing, so 5 points of piercing damage for you, as 2 arrows strike through. Yes, do make a concentration check, please. DC 10.
I already rolled it.
You made it.
That's the 10.
Yeah, so you made it. Okay, excellent. That was the 2 archers. Now the spider will continue. Actually, the spider will bite Krister again, and with a 17 will hit. So Krister, you take another 7 points of piercing damage and no poison. Are you still up? And you failed the concentration, so the hex is gone.
Why is it DC?
DC is always 10. It's 10. It's the minimum DC. It's either 10 or half the damage, whatever is higher.
I did exactly nothing the entire encounter. Ugh.
Oh, you did a fair bunch of damage on people with the Hunger of God.
I had 2 spells and they were both gone in a round.
I know.
That's shitty.
So how much health do you have left? Are you still standing, Krister? 2 health. Okay, so you're still standing. There is still no pain, but you feel the necromantic energies being torn from your body, just seeping out into the air around you. That was the spider. Now we have 3 more people appearing from inside the cave. Yeah, well, it is a group of bandits. It's not like 3 guys. So one of them you actually recognize, especially you, Krister. One of them is a scarred, one-eyed guy with a patch across one of his eyes. This is one of the soldiers only known as One Eye. He's the guy, if you remember, who hit your grandmother in the face and pushed her into the burning building, or the burning that was soon to be building, the building that was soon to be burning. And they push past the archers, and they're now standing there looking around with shields and hand axes or like clubs or something out. Can't do anything yet, but yeah, Korrga's just bellowing, "Send them back to their grave!" And they're just looking around for now. Okay, that was their turn. Ishmael, you're up. You can now see a whole ton of people standing there.
Please kill this fucking spider.
Yeah, Ishmael's going to wheel around. He thought the spider might go for him, but boom, it went for his ally. He's like, "I got you." And he's going to try and shoot it in the back.
Okay, that's a hit. Oh, yes, and with sneak attack.
All right, so I'll just roll it if that's all right over here.
Yep, yeah, sure.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 15 piercing damage.
Okay, the spider doesn't look that great anymore as you hit it in the side. A lot of like blackish ichor comes out.
And he's going to bonus action to dash, even if he doesn't need the whole movement, just to get within 10 feet of the spider as well and get up there.
Excellent. So Korrga and Torak are still in between you and the spider, though. You can move past them, but Korrga will attack you if you do so. Anyway, that was Ishmael's turn. Krister, you're up. You are now surrounded by foes, basically.
Well, how close are all the other people that just came out?
That's 10 feet.
Excellent. I turn into this really creepy fucking ghost and make them run away.
Okay,
They all
so
have to make a 16, what is it, wisdom save.
what is the range on that whole thing?
10 feet.
Is it all around you, or just
Yes,
certain?
it's everyone.
Okay, so that would be Korrga, the spider, and the 3 melee fighters. So 1 eye and the 2 others.
Excellent.
DC 16, okay. So
Yes.
I am rolling for the spider
Run away,
first.
you bitches.
The spider succeeds.
Of course he does.
Druids have a lot of wisdom. What can I say?
I know.
Korrga also succeeds. 1 eye. Fails with a natural 1.
Run away, you pansy.
The other 2 guys also fail. They all 3 fail. So they're like, "Ah!" And yeah, as they see a one-time ally that they thought they killed showing up now with this.
Basically, I revert back to my old self, and they just totally freaked out.
Yeah, there's a gust of cold all around you as the air and the mud in this crevasse freezes.
Excellent, and I regenerate 5 hit points.
You do.
Let's hope it helps.
Korrga just continues pummeling down onto Torak. He doesn't even need to use reckless attacks because he gets advantage anyway. Yeah, he actually misses the second one. So he hits the first one, and that will be so that's
Why does he have advantage again?
because you used reckless attack against him.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So that would be 14 points of bludgeoning damage, half to 7.
Okay.
And he misses the second one. And that is his turn.
Okay.
And now your turn.
Okay.
Put him in the ground.
We're going to attack him recklessly again.
All right.
For a 20.
Yeah.
That's really crappy damage.
And the second one misses. Finally, you
16.
missed an attack.
Finally, we missed. And then the armor spikes for an
Also
11.
misses.
Yikes.
So.
Okay, so.
And the first one is, so that's a 1, 2, 5 plus 3, so 8 damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he
8
stumbles,
damage.
but he's still standing. And just bellows out his rage.
Okay, when I get back 5 hit points, right?
Yes, you do.
There we go.
Okay, the 2 archers now, seeing that their path is clear, they will both take a shot at Krister. Oh, actually, no. One of them take a shot at Krister. The other one will take a shot at Torak. Because
Does being in combat hamper them in any way? Or
they're not in combat.
the spider is biting me. How am I not in
Oh
combat?
no. If they roll a natural 1, they would hit the spider. That's how I deal with it. And my die has just disappeared. I just need to get my die. It's just gone off the couch. Okay, so Krister, an arrow streaks towards you, and that is a 24.
That hits me twice.
6 points of piercing damage.
Ah, still alive!
Second arrow streaks towards Torak. That will be a 16, so that's also a hit, right? You have 16 up plus.
Right?
17 AC.
I have 16. I've written down 16 on your character. You sure you have 17?
I have 16, I think.
Plus 5 Constitution, and then plus 2 from Dexterity.
What? You mean?
Unarmored defense.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's wrong in your character sheet then. I don't know. Because I wrote down 16 for some reason. Good to know.
Justin has 16, I believe.
So
Yeah.
he will miss. Then he will miss. Oh, maybe that was in your initiative. Maybe that's why. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So the arrow hits you in the shoulder, but it just bounces off one of the spikes. That was the scout's turn. The spider will try to finish you off, basically.
No.
With a bite attack, that is a 14, so that's exactly a hit.
God damn it!
Yeah, it just crawls all over you, biting you, and you take 6 points of piercing damage.
So I'm at -5.
Yeah, so you are at 0, and you fall down to the ground. And he leaves you there because he thinks you're dead, and just scuttles over and scuttles towards Torak now and starts to climb onto Torak, trying to bite him because you're dead. That's what he thinks anyway. That was the spider's turn. One Eye and the two thugs are just running away, just screaming and running.
Yeah, they take a full dash action, so it's gonna be like 2 turns before they're back.
Exactly. And one of them succeeds with and the other two continue covering in the cave, basically.
Excellent.
Okay. That was their turn, which means we are up to Ishmael again.
So Ishmael, he's holding his crossbow still, but he's going to just take his dagger off from amidst his robes. He's going to throw it directly at Korrga, try and catch him off guard.
All right.
And 14.
Nope. Shoulder armor that reflects the attack.
And is there anything around within movement that I could dart to for cover?
There is the edges of the crevasse, so you can like hide behind there around the corner.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll whip over there.
All right.
And
so basically, we leave Torak in his own.
I don't know
okay,
you guys.
so,
I'm gonna kill this bastard myself.
So, Chris, there, you regenerate 5 health.
Yes.
So you're up to 5.
Oh, don't I go below 0 then?
No, there is no going below 0.
Excellent.
There's no going below 0 in this edition.
Well, hello there.
So yeah, you're still on the ground, but you're up again. So everything went black for a second, and then you felt a surge of necromantic energy tear through your body, and you open your eyes again.
Look who just rebooted, motherfuckers! And I'll just Eldritch Blast Korrga in the back.
Do you want to stand up?
Why?
I don't know.
Now at least the archers have a difficult time hitting me.
Okay. So you just sort of look up, and from the ground you shoot 2 Eldritch Blasts at Korrga.
Nah, I'll stand up, otherwise the spider might get advantage on me again.
Okay.
So I'll cast at Korrga twice.
Okay.
Nope.
Miss. And that is a hit.
A hit for 1 damage.
Yeah. So technically he doesn't take any damage from that. Because he halved it. Oh no, he doesn't halve force damage. No, of course not. No, oh, you showed him.
He feels this tiny pinprick on the back of his head going like, oh, that's annoying.
And Korrga will just keep pummeling on Torak with his mace. Maul, I mean. That is a first one. It just bashes into your side, breaking ribs. Second one will also be a hit. So you take 10 points of bludgeoning damage for the first one, and 12 points. He gets +2 because of raging. So it's 12 points of bludgeoning damage, half to 6 for the first one, and the second one is 9 points of bludgeoning damage, half to 4. So 10 bludgeoning damage in total.
Okay.
And he will... Yeah, that's it. And that was Korrga's turn. Torak, you're up.
Okay, back up 5 more hit points. Going to just... I can just see these wounds just start to open up on my side and then begin to slowly close and knit back together. And Torak just kind of laughs at him and looks at him and says, "You can't win this. You can't kill the dead," and just keeps hammering on him and pounding on him.
All right.
So 26 for 15.
Let me see.
Yeah. That's a miss.
And as soon as you miss, he will use his riposte ability to strike at you.
Okay.
That is a 17, so that's a hit.
Okay.
You take a lot of damage. 10, 15, 16, so 8 points. Okay, it's not that low. Fucking barbarians.
Yeah.
And yours.
And then my armor spikes for another 8 damage.
Okay, so let me see. That would be 5 half to 2. So that's 3, 4, 6, 8, 12 plus 4 is 16 damage. That would bring him below 0, which means you hit him in the chest with the axe and hit him in the head with his spikes, and you rip open the side of his face. He stumbles backwards, but then his eyes blaze with his red anger, and he just rights himself back up as his half-orcish nature refuses to fall. Yep, he's a half-orc.
Oh yeah.
So he's still standing with 1 hit point. And now we have the 2 scouts that see Chris there, get him back up. So they're like, what? And both shooting at him, just trying to send him to the back, like, why does he die? That is 2 hits. And yeah, you fall down again as you take, I don't know, 12 or 13 points of damage or something like that. So you just 2 arrows in your chest, and there's already like 1 sticking out of there, so you now have 3 arrows in your chest. You fall back. Okay, that was the scouts. Now the spider will attack Torak and will hit Torak. You take 6 points of piercing damage, so half to 3. And the poison, again, is ignored because you're undead and don't give a fuck about poison. Okay, one of the thugs appears back from the cave again and looks around, but he can't do anything. So she's just looking around and seeing the dead, undead dwarfs especially don't give a fuck about poison. So he sees a body like pin cushioned with like a bunch of arrows lying at his feet, and the other 2, one of them. So one eye succeeds with his saving throw. He stops covering for now. Okay, that was their turn. Ishmael, you're up.
So Ishmael is back to his crossbow, and he's going to try and deliver a bolt to the spider now.
Okay. Ooh, that is a hit. Very well, very much so.
And a D8 and 3D6 for sneak.
Yes.
16 piercing damage.
Okay.
The bolt hits true.
Okay, the spider turns back into the half-orc woman, and a little bit of that damage peeks through. So the crossbow bolt is strike. So 16, did you say? Okay.
Yep, 16.
A crossbow bolt is sticking from her side. There's not much blood. It's not as deep as you would have hoped, but still, she is wounded, and she's looking around now. It is.
And I guess he would cunning action hide back in the ravine edge or the rocks.
Chris, there, you're up.
And he's literally up, and I'll stand up again, look at the arrows, look at the guys, laugh, and then turn around and put, frostbite on Korrga.
Okay,
So
that's a Constitution saving throw. Yeah, he has a +8 to Constitution.
Oh, fuck. That was a bad idea.
That is 19, so he succeeds.
God damn it.
He just shakes it off.
And I'll walk over to the guys with the bows and just come and cuddle. Come and join me.
Okay. That was your turn. Korrga. Yeah, Korrga's just like, fall! I killed you once! I'll kill you again! And he just continues bashing down on Torak. Misses. Luckily he has advantage, so hits the first one and hits the second one. So 2 strikes, hitting your ribs, breaking your bones. The first one will be it's 7 points, so 14, half to 7. And the second one will be 12 points, half to 6.
Alright, you would see Torak fall to what seems to be fatal blows.
Yeah, as his skull is basically bashed in.
Just crunching him as he drops down to the ground.
Korrga just shouts out his triumph. And Torak.
Okay, and with the death blow that he just received, Torak's bones and body start to knit back together, and you can see his caved skull now start to reform, and as he looks up, Torak, he just reaches up and just goes for the sucker punch.
Alright, so Fist of the Revenant.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll get 2 of those.
Yeah.
I'm assuming if I hit him with 1 health left, he's dead.
Yep, definitely. So how do you want to kill him? Describe it.
I'm gonna punch him right in the nuts.
So you...
I'm just gonna uppercut him, just hit him. Just bam! As hard as I can.
The necromantic energy is released from your fist. Your eyes blaze red, and you can see this red light now streaking into his chest, and you can see underneath his armor his flesh is rotting. You can feel and hear his bones snapping as they rot away, and his gaze from triumph goes to pain, to fear, and then to nothing, as he just falls onto you, basically. And rotting away from the inside, just blood streaming out of his mouth, and he's dead.
Torak's just gonna beat that body senseless.
Well, combat is not over yet, but yeah, you take your second attack and so you basically try to continue.
Okay. If my first hit killed him, can I use my movement to get over to the other guys or to the spider?
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Okay, yes. Even though you would like to tear this monster apart for another hour, you manage to rip yourself away. And what do you want to do?
Okay. I want to go and attack well, she was a spider, right?
Yes. Now it is a halforc. So you're like, where the fuck is this halforc coming from?
Yeah. So, and I'm gonna run over and just start clobbering her with my other 2 attacks.
All right.
So, would be the 21 and 24 for 14. No, not for 14.
No,
it's just be 5 plus 4 plus 2, 11 points of damage.
Okay.
And then 9.
Okay, so she's barely standing as you bash into her back twice. You feel her ribs breaking. Ah! Stumbles forward, barely holding herself up. That was Torak's turn. The 2 scouts, not sure what to do, shoot at Chris there twice, another 2 arrows. They're like, just fear and just 2 arrows hit you, and you take 12 points of damage in total, and you drop again as another 2 arrows are sticking from your stomach. And that was the scout's turn. The half-orc now turns around and says, "Fire! We need fire! Torches! Bring torches!" As she hits herself in the chest and runs a finger down her chest, and you can see her skin turns this brownish bark-like quality. Yeah, 1 eye and 2 of the other thug, hearing her screaming, come out of the crevasse, both wielding torches now and looking around. That was their turn. Ishmael, you're up.
So Ishmael, hearing this orc woman, druidess, call out for fire, he's going to try and plug that alarm hole with a bolt and shoot her in her face.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
And
She has. Yeah. She
nobody
has.
by her.
She has.
Right?
Yeah. Of course. Thorak is right next to her. He hit her in the back twice. So that she had 3 hit points left. She's dead. How do you want to kill her?
Oh, yeah. It goes right in her open mouth as she's calling for fire for a second time. It just.
The bard skin.
Gurgle. Oh.
Yeah. The second time she calls out, just blood comes out, and the bard skin dissipates, and she falls dead onto the ground.
And I'll just make some movement towards the mouth of the cave now, because I'm still a ways off, I think.
Okay. Christian, you regenerate 5 hit points, and already lying on the ground. You have like 5 arrows sticking from your chest and stomach.
Yeah, you hear Krister going, gotta catch 'em all. And he's like, I guess I should have become a pincushion by profession. And he'll just get up and try and run away. Now there's torches near.
Okay.
So I'll just get away as far as I can. So I'll probably be behind Thorak by now.
One of the thugs, the one that saved you first, can take an attack of opportunity against you. He doesn't have a torch though. He just has a hatchet.
Uh-oh.
So he will, as you turn and run, he will strike at your back. That is a 10. So he misses. You duck under his attack and you run. You run past Thorak. And past Ishmael, actually, who's also approaching.
Excellent.
Okay, Thorak, you're up. You can see there's still 5 enemies standing in front of you. You can see 1 eye. You can see
5?
Yes, 2 archers, 2 thugs, and 1 eye. You only killed 2 enemies so far. Those were the boss enemies, but you only killed 2 so far. What you want to do?
I'm gonna go grab my axe.
Okay.
And go attack him.
All right. Which one do you want to attack?
We'll attack. I'll leave 1 eye for Krister, and we'll go attack one of the other ones.
Okay. So you attack the guy that's closest to you, probably. That's the one with the hatchet. He's not. The other 2 are wielding torches.
Okay. I'll attack one of the guys with the torches. Actually, no. We'll go with the guy with the hatchet. Yep.
All right.
That makes sense.
Go ahead.
Okay. So for an 11, I guess.
That is a miss.
Okay.
He
And then
jumps to the side.
and get another one.
Another battle axe attack.
Yeah, another 15.
That is a hit. 10 damage. All right.
Okay. And then we'll hit him with my armor spikes for 8.
Okay. Oof. Yeah, he's not looking good. After 18 points of damage, stumbling backwards, bleeding. And yeah, the 2 scouts shoot both shoot at you. No, and no. Actually, the second one even rolls a natural 1, so he hits his ally and deals 9 points of damage to him, which kills him. So the guy that you were just fighting takes an arrow to the neck, back of the neck, and falls over. And you just shrug him off, and he slumps onto the ground next to you.
Thorak, he stole your kill, man. He's a kill stealer.
Yep, he definitely did.
I'm okay with that.
1 eye now jumps towards you, strikes at you with the torch, and misses. The second attack will hit with a 24. You take 2 points of fire damage. Oh, sorry, 3 points of fire damage. And as the torch touches your flesh, you can all of a sudden, for the first time since that day, that fateful day when Korrga pummeled you to death, or actually stabbed you with a longsword, for the first time you can feel pain as the torch touches you. It's like this disgusting smell of burnt flesh, and then a wave of pain hits you.
And I would scream in agony. Ah!
Burn him!
Unusual.
Burn him alive! Is what 1 eye screams. And the other thug jumps forward, the other remaining thug, and also strikes at you with a torch. And that will be, because he has advantage, a 22, so that's also a hit. and you take another 3 points of fire damage. Are you still standing?
Yeah, I have 4 hit points left.
All right. And that is Ishmael's turn. You're up.
Ishmael will waste no time. He went from shooting the person calling for fire, and now he's going to shoot at the person holding the fire.
Do you shoot at one eye or the other guy?
One eye, and he's going to try and hit him in his bad eye. Like the
Okay. Through
big
the
scarred
eye,
eye.
through the eye patch.
Yeah.
Roll damage.
Mm,
It is obviously a sneak attack because Torak is right in front of them.
well, 22 piercing damage.
Oh shit! Yeah, the arrow streaks past, like adding another scar to one eye's face, cutting open his eye patch that drops to the ground. You can see the mangled remains of an eye that were hidden beneath.
And he'll just take a few steps forward as he's reloading for the next turn. And that's,
All right.
that's Ishmael.
Krister.
It's not very nice of you to play with fire, and I extinguish the torch.
Which one?
The one of one eye.
Okay, so the torch is gone.
No, the flames are gone, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, the club is always still there, but yeah, the flames are gone. He's like, what? Looking down with one eye.
And I'll regenerate some more hit points. Yay!
Yes, you regenerate another 5. Torak, you do not regenerate hit points this turn because you were hit by fire damage. You stay at 4.
We shouldn't.
What do you do?
I'm gonna attack the guys with fire. Turn around and attack the guy with the torch.
Okay. Who is unhurt so far, but that might change.
So 21,
Yes, you will.
Yeah, that's a hit.
and 25,
All right.
and
He might still be alive. Let's see.
11
No.
for 19.
19, yeah, he's still alive.
Okay, and for
Yes.
10. Another 10 with my shoulder spikes.
That will exactly kill him.
Run.
Yes, you just cut him and pummel him into space, break his nose, push his nose inward, and he falls. Face bloodied and completely destroyed. And that was
Nice.
all the thugs down. You actually realize this guy was called Narek. You knew him once.
Yeah.
Just before you destroy his face, in the last second, it's like, oh, that's Narek. Die, Narek.
Crank. Just hatchet him down.
Yeah. That was Torek's turn. The 2 archers both take shots at you because you're the only one they can see now. Yeah, that is a hit, and the second one is a miss. You take 3 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
One left.
Okay. But I didn't take fire damage this round.
Not
so
yet.
I will regenerate health the next round,
Yes.
right?
One eye, however,
Doesn't have a lit torch.
well, he grabs the torches on the ground
Oh,
from
okay.
the guy you just killed
Ooh.
and will strike at you twice. But he doesn't have advantage on the attacks anymore now. So, let's see. Nope, that's a miss. And the second attack is a 19, so that's a hit.
That's a hit.
So you take 3 points of you take it doesn't really matter, I guess. You take 2 points of fire damage. 3 points of fire damage.
Fall down to the ground.
You fall down to the ground, and you are. It is dark now.
Dead.
For you. No, you're not dead. They have to hit you again once you are at 0 hit points to kill you.
Okay.
You've been dead for days.
Yes, you've been dead for quite a while now.
Months.
For like a couple months. But
You've
good,
practiced.
yeah, you notice. Finally, you notice. Oh, I'm actually dead. Slightly slower than the average person, but I guess.
Well, I only have an 8 intelligence.
Yeah, I guess so. That was One Eye's turn. Ishmael, you're up.
So I got no buddies up there, I think, standing. So
Nope.
I think
Krister is
Ishmael's.
behind you, and Torak is on the ground.
Yeah, Ishmael's going to have to try to dart and hide behind some of the, or even the mouth of the cave itself, to just hide before he shoots.
That's not really gonna work well because they
Okay.
know where you are.
Yeah,
Just shoot
then-
all one eye in the face.
Yep. One eye's gonna have to take a shot in the head then.
Okay, without sneak attack this time. That is just barely a hit. He raises his shield, but you just barely manage to peek past. Let's see if you can kill him. This could be quite interesting. No! He still has
And
a little bit of health left.
I guess, geez. So Ishmael's just gonna reload his bow, but he's gonna take his movement back. Then he's gonna get some distance.
All right. That was now, Christer, you're up.
Yeah, how many people are still up there?
The 2 archers and 1 eye. There's 3. The 2 archers both look fairly wounded. 1 eye looks pretty heavily wounded.
Yeah, but the main thing is no fire, so I'll just snuff out his.
Fuck.
And then I'll run in and engage old One Eye.
You can't. You're 60 feet away. You dashed away from that spot last time.
No, I walked away because I had to stand up, so I was only 30 feet away.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Actually,
Right?
yeah, you're right. Yep, yeah,
So
you're right.
I'll walk back down to engage old One Eye.
Okay.
Not so brave now without the fire, are you?
Torek, you are out of order for now. And One Eye will just shout at the 2 guys behind him, "Get more fire! We need to burn them!" As he just strikes at... Oh no, sorry, it's not his turn. The 2 guys run backwards into the cave. And are out of sight. One Eye now will take the dodge action. He raises his shield up and he gets into defensive position. Ishmael, you're up.
We have disadvantage against him now, right?
Yes. Any attacks with disadvantage against him.
Excellent. So I'll make you roll saves. That's fine.
Sure.
So at disadvantage, he's still gonna shoot. Ishmael's gonna ring out with a shot on One Eye.
Please don't roll a 1.
Disadvantage.
13.
That's a miss. You hit the shield.
And yeah,
Christer.
that's his turn.
Christer.
Yes.
What do you want to do? Okay, that's a frostbite, and that is a natural 16. So One Eye succeeds, and he's still standing.
Motherfucker!
And he said the one destroyed eye, the one more or less sane, normal eye, stares at you, and he just snarls at you. Go back to the hell that spawned you!
And I'll guess he can take a free strike because I'm gonna run away now.
Okay, so he will swing with his little bit of wood that he has in his hand, basically, because it was once a torch. And that will be a miss.
Okay, I'll disengage just a little bit, so if the fire comes out, I'm not automatically hurt with that.
All right, Torak, you regenerate 5 health, and you are up again. Not up, but...
Oh wait, I regenerate as well. Huh.
Yes,
Yeah.
you do. Until you hit up half your health, you keep regenerating.
Yeah, that's...
I'll stand up. I'll stand up, pick up my axe, walk up behind old One Eye, and just crank him in the back of the head.
Okay. Yeah, he looks over at you. He's like, "No!" and raises his shield again. So you get disadvantage, but because you're attacking recklessly, it's just straight roll.
Yeah.
That is a miss.
12 miss. 17.
That is a hit. And 11 slashing damage will finish him off.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, he blocks one of your attacks, but with the second one, you just cut through his shield and cut off his arm. He just stares at the stump. Blood comes out. He grabs it with his other hand and falls to his knees and then falls to the ground and starts slowly bleeding to death.
Yeah, but before he dies, I'll take the torch and using prestidigitation, light it.
Actually, it's the 2 archers' turns now.
No.
Are they out?
They come back, wielding torches now and short swords, and they stop as they see you, and they back again away into the cave.
Excellent.
Ishmael, you don't see any opponents right now.
Alright, he'll just close the distance. He'll just dash up to his mates as he's reloading his crossbow.
Okay.
That's
Chris there.
So they walked out with fire. They walked in with fire.
Yep.
And because they're on fire, they make pretty good targets. So I'll just fire an Eldritch Bolt at each of them.
Okay, so you step into the cave mouth, you see them retreating, and you just... Alright?
Yeah. So one at the guy that was already wounded.
They're both wounded.
Oh, they're both. Then
they both
just
got
one
hit by
on
the
each.
hunger of, both got hit by the hunger of the dark.
So on the first one, then I guess.
Yep.
So 17.
Okay, that is a hit, 1 damage.
And the other one is 3
It's
damage.
also a hit. Okay, they're both still standing.
But they're melting.
Yeah, slightly, yes.
Wow, my D10 rolls are pitiful today.
Torak.
Okay, I think Torak is not a huge fan of fire.
You're not raging anymore, by the way.
Yeah, so Torak is going to use his mold earth, and I want to try and seal the cave off.
Yeah, you also regenerate 5 health. That's too big. You would have to use it several times. I mean, you can do it, but you'd have to use it several times. It's not enough for 1 turn. The cave mouth is too big for that.
Just kill him. Just charge in and kill him.
Yeah, they have fire. I have 5 health.
They're gonna die.
What do you do? Quick!
I'll charge in an attack.
Okay.
So charge in 17 for
First one is just instantly drops.
11 damage.
Yeah, you cleave half of his face off. He's instantly dead.
The other one is 26 for 12 damage.
Yeah, you as you run in, they raise their torches, trying to sort of scare you away or something, and you just ignore the torches and hit one in the face and then the other one in the face, and they both fall backwards. The torches cluttering around, and they're both dead. And that's
you see, the fire only motivates you.
And combat is over with that.
Excellent. I walk over to One Eye, and with his dying gaze,
he's actually still alive. Yeah, he's actually still alive.
I reignite one of the torches, and I slowly start burning his other eye.
And he drops unconscious.
Excellent.
But you can hear the plop as his eye basically melts and plops open.
Justice, sweet justice.
All right.
Okay, and then I guess we start looking around our new home.
Okay, so we'll make this short. You can look inside the cave if you want.
Yeah.
What you will find inside the cave is a small chest of gold, about 240 of gold. So whoever wants to write that down. You will find another chest with jewelry worth about 300 gold. All in all, so just like
40 gold pieces?
Sorry? Yeah, 240 gold pieces and 300 gold worth of jewelry with like rings and bracelets and a few necklaces and such.
Okay.
And you will also find a bunch of like provisions and stuff that you don't really need. And yeah, and a bunch of weapons.
I want to take a look at Torak's maul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it like?
So you don't know anything about magic, so you couldn't really say. But actually, give me an Arcana check for the heck of it.
Maybe I actually have Arcana.
Yeah, I've read a few tomes. I'll give somebody advantage if that's right.
I can actually roll Arcana.
Okay. Yep.
Because I have 11 skills.
Well, whoever wants the.
So I got a 4.
Yeah, no idea.
I have an 11.
You do detect a few small magical symbols on the wall. You can't say what it does, but it seems to be magical.
Well, it can't be that bad. I mean, the guy was doing pretty good with it, so.
True enough.
Might as well try.
True enough. Does someone want to take them all?
I guess our little berserkin.
Yeah, I might.
Okay. So you can attune to the maul if you want to, and what it does, it is a +1 maul, but it is called the maul of returning. You can once per turn you can throw it at someone.
Yeah.
Using strength.
Oh, wicked.
And it will fly back into your hand, and when you throw it, it deals 3d6 bludgeoning damage, plus whatever your bonus is.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take that.
The wickedness is strong in this weapon.
He didn't manage to get a throw off, and you also find a potion of healing, of greater healing, on his
Does that act as poison to revenants, though? Is it going to eat us like...
I'm wondering if this is like Final Fantasy.
You want to drink it? Find out?
Well,
My body's already healing itself. I don't want to drink it.
Okay, I'm just saying. So does anyone want to take the potion?
yeah, I'll take it.
It is a 4d4
you take
plus
it.
4 healing potion. So
4d4? Okay.
4d4 plus 4. It is a potion of great healing.
Wicked.
Okay,
Yeah,
so and with
How much
that,
it went down? I might need that.
with that, we will end it for tonight. Our damned heroes have slain their first target. Some of them
And we're
dropped-
very glad that they were revenants because they
Yes.
went down a lot.
Well, some of them dropped a few times. Some of them looked like a mixture of a hedgehog and some other animal with spikes. Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed it. We will be returning next week, and then with the hunt on another target, Fendriel the Red, Fendriel the Burner. You can already feel his presence somewhere to the north.
Yeah, and I'm already scared because apparently he does fire damage.
Well, he's not called the Burner for nothing.
This
Let's
might
put it
be.
this way.
We might require some fire resistance somehow.
All right. Well, everyone who's watching that on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what you thought of the Revenant stuff. It's super OP, but the opponents that I'm sending them are also pretty strong. And hopefully we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.